Well, it's debate time, dear listener. We're about to review a debate, not for the sake of the debate, but to explain why the left wing in America is dead for probably the next decade. That's an intro. Let's talk about it, y'all. Middle America.
The first time ever any...
What are you people?
We're Americans.
We are Americans indeed. My name is Vincent, and this is Middle America, where we are not left wing, we are not right wing, we're just right. Shout out to all my beautiful people in the world. Shout out to I Survive Raccoon City. Shout out to Applejack. Shout out to Hunter, big homie. Love you, baby. Yeah, guys, so I had a friend that was also a YouTuber, and I had been thinking of this very specific concept for a very long time as to what I was seeing in the left wing and why, even though they had great ideas, why they could never come to any sort of consensus on anything. A quick example of this would be Joe Rogan co-signed Bernie, and instead of taking that endorsement, y'all remember what happened, right? So, and now they're talking about, oh, we need to find a Joe Rogan. Long story short, there's this one concept that has been in my mind every time I see this stuff. And my friend was the only one that actually ever called it out. Her name was Runaway Siren. Rest in peace to her. She died recently. But she was the only other person in the entire internet that I saw that directly confronted this specific issue that we're going to be reviewing. And I was going to have her on and we're going to do a series, but unfortunately, she's no longer with us. So rest in peace to my friend, Runaway Siren. I love Shorty. She was cool. She was a hardcore feminist, and like she was real about that shit. She wouldn't take any money from any dudes, nothing. You know, like. Anyway, shout out to her. Anyway, I got to pay tribute to my sister. But she pointed it out, and I was like, damn, I got to get her on the show. And I procrastinated, and now I don't have the opportunity. So this is kind of also like dedicated to Shorty. R.I.P. Runaway Siren 940. Yeah. Tough stuff. All right. So what I'm about to do is read you guys a definition of a philosophical position. Then I'm going to explain to you why it is killing the left and why the left is never going to make any real inroads with America until they change something. I agree. I recommend watching Runaway Siren's video, even though she's not with us anymore. She had a lot of stuff to say. She was very bold, and she, like I said, she had a unique perspective. But what we're going to do is something a little different. I'm going to set the agenda with the term down here that we'll talk about in a second. And then we're going to review a debate that recently just happened. Now, it's a trans debate, blah, okay? Forget about the trans thing in the specifics and just watch out for these concepts I'm about to read to you here and what my theory is for why the left is never going to be able to come together until they abandon this idea. I really can't believe people still hold a candle to Bernie after lying to his base after his actions for the last 4 years. Yeah, I just think Bernie is, I don't want to be over dramatic, but I just think he's a broken man in the sense of he had a dream for what America could be, but he ran into the gears of the Democratic Party's undemocratic philosophy relative to who gets to even run for president, who gets to participate in debates, etc. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a definition of postmodernism, and then I'm going to talk about, as I read this, you're probably going to be able to piece together yourself where I'm going with this. But here we go. Postmodernism is a philosophical and cultural movement that questions the idea of absolute truth. Now, this is all through our culture, and we don't even know it a lot of the times. Like, for example, you're watching Star Wars, right? And somebody asked me a couple days ago, like, would you be a Jedi or a Sith? And I said, obviously, I would be a Sith. Why? Because only the Sith deal in absolutes. Right? That's a postmodernist idea. That the Sith, something is wrong with them because they believe in absolutes. And only Sith speak in absolutes, which, of course, is a self-stultifying statement because that itself is an absolute statement. Okay? But we continue. Hey, what's up, Rage and Ryu? Good to see you, baby. Did you watch Michael Knowles' full appearance on Jubilee? No, I did not. I'm sure he did a good job. I do not like, and we'll probably see this in the video, I'm not a fan of intentionally trying to trigger people, especially people who have mental health issues. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think this shit is that funny. But let's keep going. Postmodernism is a philosophical and cultural movement that questions the idea of absolute truth, stable categories, and universal realities. It argues that meaning, whether about identity, knowledge, or society, is constructed through language, culture, and power dynamics rather than being inherent or natural. A key feature of postmodernism is the rejection of grand narratives or overarching explanations of reality in favor of fluid, context-driven interpretations. Okay? So, if you really want to get into the weeds of this, you know, a lot of this started in literature, and the idea is, would you be able to grasp the authorial intent, Jazakallah, would you be able to grasp the authorial intent just by reading the words of the book without talking to the author? Okay, that's where a lot of these discussions happened in postmodernism, and then that got extrapolated out to society at large, and then found its home in a political system by mostly millennials and down. Okay, and you can see here where it says it's the rejection of grand narratives, it's the rejection of fixed absolute truths. It's the rejection of all of that. And so if you can say, well, the truth doesn't really exist as an objective value, it just has to do with language, whatever, right? It just has to do with our language, culture, and power dynamics. And if we change in language and culture and power dynamics, and these things that are like supposed to like inherent in society, we will see them change. And that's why there's all of this, call me by the pronoun. That is a postmodernist idea. That language is what really determines identity. It's not language and culture. It's not you're inherently born this way. These are the things, you're this, you're that. Matter of fact, I think they call it gender essentialism. But the idea is, if there's no absolute truth, or if we cannot attain to absolute truth, then that opens up a space for us to define truth ourselves. And again, the written and the spoken word is paramount. And that's why you keep seeing these conflicts where people are saying, you're a man, and the other person saying, no, I'm not, because one person is speaking as a modernist relative to, hey, this is what the scientific data says. but the other person speaking as a postmodernist, which is to say, yeah, but those ideas that you have were just implanted in your brain and all the rest of it, and you don't know any different, and we need to educate you that there are no absolutes. And so I saw this as an issue. And here's the problem. You can look at the UK, and the UK will show you where we could be in about 10 years. You know, Muhammad is the most popular name in the UK right now. About 5 years, you're gonna have a bunch of Sharia courts all over the place. I just saw a Twitter thing where this sheikh just got on TV in broad daylight and said that humiliation and murder were legitimate tactics for Muslims to use once they take over the UK. He said this in broad daylight. And so the UK is an example of what happens when you have a group of postmodernists who tell everybody they can make up their own truth, and they come in lockstep with pre-moderns or people who believe in absolute truth. And by the way, we have it. When those two groups get together, one is going to destroy the other one because one is willing to do things that the other one is not, because everybody, the left-wing guy is trying to respect everybody's idea and hold everybody's idea in some sort of equal egalitarian understanding of how this shit is supposed to work. Okay? But the Muslims, they don't have that ideology. There's one God and Allah is his messenger. I mean, there's one God, Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. They believe in absolutes, and they believe in gender distinctions, etc., etc. Here's one of the benefits for not operating as a postmodernist. If you don't operate as a postmodernist and you believe that things are inherently true, what it does is it provides a unifying sort of destination for your base, because we're not saying everybody's idea is equally valid. We're saying your opinion is valid insofar as you align yourself with the truth. And the truth is whatever corresponds to actual reality. Okay? So you got one group of people here who believe that we can ascertain reality, and also believe that no, you don't get to make up your own truth. Okay? The sun is, in the sky, the grass is on the ground. You don't need to. You don't get to just make stuff up, right? And so that group of people saying, no, we have the truth. The other group of people saying, you have the truth for you. But here's what happens: if you're in a camp, I'm just going to call it the truth camp. If you're in the truth camp, you may not like it, but you automatically come with a hierarchy. This is the other thing that postmoderns hate, is the concept of hierarchy. Nobody should be leading anybody. It's this radical egalitarianism. That's why you have these parents now who will refuse to let their baby be gendered because the baby's supposed to decide that when they can start talking. Okay, so you can see the differences in this philosophy, in this philosophical understanding that everybody's truth is personal to them and everybody's truth is equally valuable. Makes it so that nobody can get to that hill. See, the truthers, they can say, all right, we're going to that hill. And people could say, I hate this guy, I can't stand him, I think he sucks. But everybody's going in that direction. And as I watch liberals and leftists try to understand the differences between the polls and the voting, it's so clear to me. A lot of these polls are, how do you feel about Donald Trump? Do you like the way he does X, Y, and Z, blah, 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 blah. And they'll say, no, I can't stand the way he does what he does. And then they turn around and vote for him. And the postmoderns in the media don't understand why they voted for him. Because to them, if you don't like somebody, that's because they disagreed with your version of truth. But your version of truth is just as valid as theirs. And so because of that, you can never have party unity. You can never. Who's the leader of the Democratic Party right now? Nobody knows. I think what has happened is that we have reached the pinnacle of how far postmodernism can take a society, and now it's crashing to the ground. And I do believe that the left eventually will abandon the postmodernist worldview in order to win. But I do not believe that the left understands how this works. And so postmodernism, if you run around telling everybody, what's up, Mech? You run around telling everybody that everybody's opinion is valid, you're gonna get a disaster. Think about what happened with Bernie Sanders in 2020. He got the greatest endorsement of all time from Joe Rogan, right? And then AOC and a couple of her cohort, she's just been in office for 2 years at the time. She goes in there and strong arms Bernie, and Bernie acquiesces to her and repudiates Joe Rogan. And then 4 years later, they said, oh, we need a Joe Rogan. Because you know what happened? Bernie Sanders was the leader. But this is the left. So AOC's junior opinion is just as valid as his 40 years as a U.S. senator. Because everybody's view has to be accounted for. This is the same problem they have when they say, oh, we're trying to save democracy, blah, 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 blah. As if everybody should be able to impose their own truth onto society. Because they do not have hard lines, postmoderns have no real leader. And there's no real unifying cause that can bring them together. Because everybody has their own separate truth. And that's one of the reasons why you now have 5,862 genders. Because any little whim that a person has, if it's true to them and it makes them feel good, then, hey, it's all good. This is the philosophical underpinning of why people vote the way they do, believe the way they do, etc. The debate that we're about to watch is very, very instructive relative to this discussion on postmodernism, okay? So just to make it clear, we don't believe in absolute truth, but we believe in lowercase t truth as postmoderns in the sense of, well, your truth is valid for you, that guy's truth is valid for him, and somehow we cannot impose that onto people, but at the same time we're going to. It is a very confused worldview, but you're going to see in this debate how postmodernism manifests itself to destroy really any chance of a contrary party. Let's check it out here. By the way, I don't.
No, that's not how this works. Identifies as a rubber ducky, Fogel. Answer the question, Fogel. No, I'm tired of dealing with these right-wing chuds. I know McLovin is terrified of this argument, and I can see why, and that's why he started to try and filibuster the debate, and he's just given me the finger, which I think is actually probably showing that hate speech in effect, reinforcing necessarily about what is. Well, I'm sorry.
All right, so but don't postmodern believes that Nazi truth is invalid? Yes, they do believe that, Hunter. They do. They believe that that the Nazis' truth is invalid. But what they would say is that they chose a bad truth, and that the Allied version of truth is better, etc., etc. I believe that postmodernism is a belief system that is self-stultifying. The belief itself destroys itself. But again, if you don't believe in absolute truth, then what is a woman? See, Matt Walsh turned that into a gotcha, and it really permeated the culture. And the entire focus was on liberals can't define what a woman is. And what I was hoping that he would do would be to say this is not a liberal thing as much as it is a postmodern thing. It is an idea that by your own words you can proclaim by divine fiat that you're identifying as something else, right? But postmoderns are never consistent with themselves, and they can't be because they don't believe in absolute truth. See what I'm saying? The only truth that they hold to is that nobody has a truth. Like it's a self-stultifying idea. They certainly believe that anything can be true about gender, except that if you're born biologically female in order to become a woman. Correct. Shout out to big homie David Matheson. Good to see you, baby. You from NZ. Good. All right, guys. So let's check it out. I'm going to be pausing. Watch for all the postmodernisms from this group. Let's go.
How many fingers do
Snake, you gross.
Everybody, tonight we're debating whether or not misgendering somebody is hate speech, and we are starting right now.
Misgendering, for the uninitiated, is if a person is trans and they identify as a woman, to call them a man would be a form of misgendering. If the guy's name was Jack and then he transitioned and his name is now Jill, to call Jill Jack would be a form of misgendering. Or if you say, hey, get him the ball, but Jack is now Jill, that's also misgendering. In my life, with the actual transgender people I met and know, I screw up all the time on gendering. I think the YouTube stuff where trans people go absolutely crazy for being misgendered, I think obviously is there for clicks and all the rest of it. But in my view, I've never had a trans person that's been my friend get like mega crazy and angry at me because I misgendered them. I think it's because they know that I do love them. But again, keep in mind, there's no absolute truth. Everybody's version of the truth is just as valid as everybody else's version of the truth. Let's see if you can team build, family build, culture build, country build, military build with that kind of ideology. Let's see where it goes.
The yes side in particular, First Amender, thanks for being with us. The floor is all yours.
Hey, how you doing, James? Glad to be back on. So yes, misgendering is in fact hate speech. Basically what you're doing is that...
Now, hate speech, guys, is not just, oh, you're hateful, but it's a technical term and it's a legal term. And if you get jammed up for something, that is what they call an aggravating offense, meaning they can put extra time on you if it's determined that happened. Me personally, I'm not a hate speech guy. I don't believe that if I'm walking down the street and somebody uses the hard ER, calls me a nigger, I don't believe that that's a hate crime. That's his opinion, and those are words, and those words don't have any power over me at all. That's my position. I'm saying this as a black man in America. I'm not saying this from a position of privilege. I'm saying this as a person who's experienced this all of his life. We continue. Hey, Wackator, good to see you, baby.
Hate speech is not necessarily about what is intended, but rather its effect on what exactly is happening. So
this is very important. Hate speech is not determined by the person's intention. It's determined by how the other person feels about it. You see that? So you can say, hey man, you're one of the most articulate black dudes I've ever come across. Like, it's really inspiring. And I go, oh, that's hate speech. And the guy goes, well, I meant to compliment you. But then I say, no, my shirt is black, I'm brown, that's hate speech. Like, that's literally where we're at with what this guy is saying. It doesn't matter what your intention was. The fact that the phrase offends me, it doesn't, but we're going. The fact that the phrase offends me, that's enough to call it hate speech. Think that through logically. How do you pass laws that way? You called me a name I didn't want to be called, so now you're a hateful person. We continue.
If you're deliberately misgendering somebody, and I don't mean like an accidental misgender, I mean like you are deliberately misgendering with the intent to be a terrible person.
See, he just contradicted himself, and you're going to see this a lot with postmoderns. At first, he said hate speech is not about what your intent was; it's about the emotional effect on the person. Now he says, now your intent does matter, because now that you've hurt this person, we're now going to assume that it was your goal to hurt the person. The fact of the matter is, there's a lot of reasons that people don't do the pronoun thing with their trans people. And you can call it being a terrible person, but for example, I know somebody personally in this chat who is never going to use pronouns because he's convicted that it's not the right thing to do. And it was funny because somebody said, well, Vin uses pronouns the way we want. And the guy said, well, Vin's lying to you. He said that on my forum, dear listener. He said, well, Vin's lying to you, so I'm not, whatever. And I'm like, oh my God. We really are a free speech environment. Like, okay. And I was in the thread too. I'm like, holy shit, man. And you know what? I don't know to this day if he's right or wrong. I'm just trying to love people the best I can while maintaining fidelity to my faith. And it's very, very, very difficult because I'm trying to balance those two out. But again, notice what's going on here with this guy. On the one hand, the guy says your intent has nothing to do with it. Now, on the other hand, your intent does have something to do with it, which is one of the reasons I hate any sort of hate crime law. When I was coming up in the hood and like they hurt my friend really bad, I hated those people. And the shit we did to each other, we hated each other when we did that shit. Like every violent crime is a hate crime, for God's sake. So I'm not a big fan of these special, privileges or whatever for black people, anybody. If you grew up in the hood, you had nothing but black dudes shooting at you, nothing but black dudes cutting you. You're getting phone calls about your dead friends, and 90% of the time it's the black dude that did it. You see what I'm saying? And so, like, those things don't resonate with people that come from that kind of background. We continue. It's just an ever-present danger in the back of everybody's head, and the whole your truth, my truth stuff doesn't really translate well when you're in those kinds of environments.
What you are doing is that you are undermining the trans person's dignity as well as their identity. You are, in effect, reinforcing discrimination and social exclusion.
Now notice how he talks about all of these things in definitive terms, right? And now he's trying to impose a morality on top of that, right? So let's just keep watching.
On that basis, right, any human, every single human, man, woman, whatever, is that we generally, unless if there's a really good reason to, try to include people in society. And if you are already, just off the get-go, deliberately misgendering somebody in order to exclude them from society, you basically are excluding them based on just nonsense.
No, I've got a friend who will misgender somebody because he believes that were he not to do that, he would be compromising his faith. Because he doesn't believe that there's anything beyond the gender binary. He believes in a gender binary, and he believes that the Creator made them male and female. So to him, to play along with it is to deny a truth that he's willing to die for. So that's part of the problem with the folks in this movement, is that on the one hand, they're saying things like truth doesn't matter to the point where you could be born a biological male, but then we'll call you a female based on how you feel. So truth doesn't matter. But simultaneous to that, it is true that you're a horrible person. The only explanation for why you would not go along with the gender stuff is that you are just horrible and you want to harm people, blah, 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 blah. I see this a lot with my Christian friends. They talk about trans people. I'm like, how many trans people are you actually in a relationship with? Usually none. I'm like, how do you know all this stuff about trans people? You've never been in a relationship with a trans person. I'm not talking about like going out with them. I'm just talking about friendship, knowledge, whatever. Somebody at work, whatever. And this is the same thing. The only people that would not go along with this stuff are people that just want to be bad people and harm transgender people. I know Christians who are sincere, who believe that me even going along with the pronoun thing is actively harming them. Because when you have a group of people who believe in absolute truth, they're looking across the bow and saying, that is a lie, and I am not going to participate in the lie because, biblically speaking, 1 Corinthians 13 says, love does not rejoice in evil, but rejoices in the truth. So there's a lot of people that are like, yo, this is a truth thing, man. This is not how I feel. This is not like I have an animus towards trans people. It's just not real. But what people don't understand is you're talking to a postmodernist. He doesn't believe that you can pin down absolute truth. So he's not even looking in that direction. He's just saying you're just a horrible person.
So to break it down, single human, man, woman, whatever, is that we generally, unless if there's a really good reason to, try to include people in society. And if you...
Who determines what a really good reason is? I'd like somebody who determines what a real good reason is. Again, this is all about emotionalism and your feelings, etc., etc., etc. And language is there to serve your feelings. Modernists look at language as a means of communicating truth. Postmoderns look at language as a means of communicating feelings, emotions, etc. And both of those are valid to the mind of the postmodern.
You are already just off the get-go deliberately misgendering somebody in order to exclude them from society. You basically are excluding them based on just nonsense.
So first, this.
Okay. So you're excluding them based on this is one of the things I think that the trans community needs to button up. It's not excluding you to say that you were born a male or you were born a female. That's not exclusionary. It can lead to exclusions like bathrooms or sporting events, right? But the idea itself is not inherently that.
Graphic on the screen does a really good job at breaking down gender, sex, and how it relates to each other so that we all get a better understanding of the situation. So there's 3 categories that make up a person, and they're on the screen here, and we're going to break down each one.
What the hell?
First time here, Jake of Rattlesnake TV.
Here's Dropkick. Why the fuck are we watching anything with that fucking shitbag in the top left corner of the video? Who's the shitbag in the top left corner? I don't know who that is, but shout out to Dropkick, buddy. Come and welcome. We continue. This guy.
The floor is all yours for your opening.
Thank you, James, and hello, Modern Day Debate. Good to be with you all this evening. My first time on the platform, and I really appreciate the opportunity, so thank you very much, James. And I'll be seeing you guys on the 15th, on Saturday, at DebateCon in New York, whoever's coming. So I'm really looking forward to that. On the topic of the debate, my name's Jake. My channel is Rattlesnake.
First Amender. Yeah, I didn't know who First Amender was, but yeah, he's an interesting fellow. We continue.
TV, by the way, and I like to go by Lord Rattlesnake or Lord Jake, most base chat of all the lands. If that's too much of a tongue twister for you guys, then you can just call me Lord or me Lord. So just for my opponents today, when you do refer to me, I would really appreciate it if before you address me, you say my Lord or just Lord. Either one of them is fine. So that would be...
Okay, so you see what's happening, right? Like, okay, you're obviously a man and you're calling yourself a woman. So now you have to refer to me as Lord. And if you don't call me Lord, then it's a hate crime. I think that that's what he's trying to say. And I think my trans friends, like, you guys are in such an echo chamber on the internet that I don't think trans people have a good understanding of the actual zeitgeist and what people actually feel about these issues. And a lot of that has to do with some of the most influential voting blocks in our country are not having dialogues with trans people, and trans people are not having open dialogue with them. The Leah Thomas stuff, the bathroom stuff, a woman, and particularly a white woman, I say this all the time, they're never going to confront you about it. They're going to support you on the internet, or they'll stay silent, but when it's time to vote, they're going to freaking vote. Trump's approval rating finally dipped, and it's because of Elon. For the last 2 weeks, he's been shooting up, and he's been attacking the trans community since Jump Street, and yet his approval rate continued. What does that tell you? He's flipping counties, flipping entire states. People that voted Democrat, now they vote for him. There's a reason for that.
Fantastic if you could respect my identity. Furthermore, my pronouns are we, us as well. So if you could use we, us when you're talking about me, that would be great. And in terms of the debate, I do not think that misgendering is hate speech, because I don't think that speech or words in themselves can actually be hateful. There has to be intent behind it. I'm not going to say that there aren't people who don't hate transgender people. There are going to be people who hate transgender people. However, to say that misgendering alone is hate speech would imply that there is always intent there with the misgendering. I completely disagree with that notion, because normally if somebody does misgender, they're doing it because they're making a truth claim. They don't believe that they are the gender, or they don't believe that they are the sex that you're calling them. So,
okay, you see that. So this guy is saying, this is a truth claim, bruh. And now you're starting to see postmodernism go head to head in a clash with modernism. Because this guy is like, man, I believe in science. I believe in objective, absolute truth. And you're out here saying all this stuff. This has nothing to do with how you feel, bruh. I don't care about that. All I care about is what actually happened on the birth certificate. That's all I care about. Okay? Because a modernist, we're enlightened now. We've got a scientific idea of the world. We're just going to go by empiricism and empirical data. And the empirical data says if you're born with a penis, you're a man. Okay? That's his worldview. These guys are obviously going to disagree with him because they don't believe in universal absolute truths. They believe that we get to create our own truths. And so what's happening is I am creating a new truth about myself and you have to go along with it. But the guy can't. He literally can't. Because he's not a philosophical postmodernist. He believes that there are actual truth and truth claims out there, etc. We continue.
Respectfully, Will, I appreciate that you came with a whole, like a sort of DEI thing today. That's fantastic, but I don't care about your DEI presentation. It doesn't really matter to me what your parameters for a woman are. I don't think it's relevant to the debate whatsoever. We're not going to be able to convince each other differently. That's not going.
I got to tell you, I love me some white people. I tell you what. If this is a sub reason for why Trump is why the right wingers are going to be dominating for the next decade, is they're very good at social media and they're very good at putting stuff into the zeitgeist. Just think about all the stuff that we've been hearing from these people in the last 3 or 4 years. The mob, that was a thing. Social justice warrior was a thing. Cultural Marxist was a thing. Remember the cultural Marxist? Everybody's a cultural Marxist. Jordan Peterson, shout out to the homie. And now it's DEI. Like, during the elections, it was woke. Now it's DEI. I mean, it's just going to go over and over again. I'm amazed at how the right, and this guy is not even from our country, but, you know, this is how influential America is, unfortunately. We continue.
To happen. The debate is about whether or not it's hate speech, so I'd appreciate it if we could stick to the debate prompt rather than...
What if you're born with both genitals, which does happen, though rare? Can we still say everything is strictly binary? Yeah, I never understood. The appeal to exception is usually looked upon as a logical fallacy. It's like saying, dude, there's a difference between a car and a horse. And you go, well, I mean, the horse can get you to A to B, and so is the car. And it's like, yeah, but the car has an engine. It's an automobile. It's a self-riding thing, right? And then you go and find a car that has a bad engine and say, see, this proves that horses are cars. No, it just proves that that exception to the rule is a bad engine, right? So the fact that we have genetic mutations where something like that happens with intersex and things like that, that does not negate the idea that there's a binary. It actually demonstrates it, because when you say both genitals, for example, both is 2. So even with an intersex or hermaphrodite situation, you are still talking about a gender binary, because you're saying both. You're not saying all, you're saying both, which means that there's 2. See what I'm saying? Good question. We continue.
In getting into the weeds of what is a woman, etc. We can, if you really want to go there, we can, but it's not going to be relevant and it's not going to be productive. So
Matt Walsh made a great deal about this. And I mean, look, they can't answer the question. And Matt Walsh is a troll, so he was happy trolling. Instead of taking this moment as a teachable moment to say, this is not about transgenderism, really. This is about postmodernism. And look at what postmodernism has gotten to us. You can't even answer the question, what is a woman? That would have been great, because it would have created some reflection on the side of these folks. But Matt Walsh obviously was not trying to reach out to these folks and actually understand them. He just wanted to make them look stupid. He wasn't trying to educate the audience. He was just trying to titillate the audience because he hasn't thought very deeply about these things. He just wants to legislate and all the rest of it. That's my perception. I don't know. We continue.
If we could keep it to the prompt, that would be fantastic. And with that, I'll...
By the way, and Danny, thank you. I'm just going to use you as my interlocutor. This is one of the things about trans apologists. The idea that sex and gender are on completely different planets is a relatively new idea, and there is no universal consensus that that's true. So, you get all these people, they get on TV and they get in chat rooms and they say things like gender and sex are different. That is a perspective from a group of people. But that is not a universally accepted. It's not like climate change, right? Where you've got 96% consensus. It's not like that. These are things that philosophers in a postmodern context or in a pro-trans context, they're going to use language like that. But that is not something where you can divide, because what they're trying to do is subjectivize part of your being, right? So the gender, your sex is the hardware, right? And then your gender is the software. That's the idea. I understand the idea, but for trans people and their apologists to talk as if this is settled science is insane. It is not settled science. Not every scientist believes that. As a matter of fact, take a trip to the UK. They've basically banned even social transitioning for kids. And these guys were ahead of us. We continue.
My time to Alex.
Yeah, my lord Jake makes some good points. I actually go by Your Majesty, Your Highness.
My lord. Why do I get the feeling that these dudes are going to milk the hell out of this shit?
Will be also sufficient. So, okay, by definition, hate speech is abusive or threatening speech that expresses prejudice on the basis of ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, or similar grounds. The big thing is it requires intent to cause harm. The speaker must have intended to incite hatred or hostility towards a particular group. If you, for example, believe there are two genders...
This is another one. Let me ask you a question, my postmodernist friend who doesn't believe in absolute truth. Who determines what harm is? Who determines what harm is? Is it my 5-year-old? My 2-year-old, he's a little rough with the house cat. And so his brother said, "No, Seneca, no." Seneca turns around and bites him. Chonk. So poor Razor's cry. I said, "What's going on, baby? What happened to you?" I'm kissing him. "What happened, bro?" "Senny bit me." I said, "Sonny, come here, man. Why'd you bite him?" He's like, "I was touching the cat. You know what I'm saying? He messed me with the cat. It is what it is." I said, "Sonny, you got to sit in the timeout chair, bruh. It's over for you. Go." As he's walking away, he's crying. I harmed him. Putting him in timeout when he wanted to sit on his Mario chair or when he wanted to watch his brother play football, play Fortnite, that harmed him emotionally. And everybody's like, "Well, I mean, come on, it's a timeout. I mean, he bit his brother, I mean, come on." I understand that, but he's 2. So to him, it's the end of the world. I absolutely harmed him. I put him in a situation he didn't want to be in, and it caused him emotional distress. So that's what I'm saying. With postmodernism, it gets to the point where you can't even define what harm is now. Harm just goes down to your subjective feelings. Okay, well, I shot 9 people and a cop arrested me. Did he harm me? Postmodernism hasn't thought those things through. So we use words like harm and things like that as if there's a universal understanding and a consensus in society as to what harm is. We don't know that. We don't know that. We continue.
Like most people do, then you're just simply identifying someone correctly according to your beliefs. You're not being abusive or threatening. At least that is not your intent. It is potentially impolite. Yeah, sure, but it is not hate speech. It is also a First Amendment protected right. If you're not communicating a serious intent to commit and cause violence, then it also is protected under the First Amendment. Furthermore, I'm just going to add this. The whole premise of hate speech is a horrible idea for the...
Well, but you didn't go out of your way to harm him. Yeah, you're not getting it. If I didn't discipline him, from my view, that would be harming him. Because I have a rubric as to what good and what bad is and what harm and what and mercy is. So from our worldview, because we believe in absolute truth, he absolutely needs to be put in an uncomfortable situation that could cause him emotional duress, because him choosing violence to solve that problem is going to result in a horrible situation for him, especially considering he's black in America. You don't get those, you don't get to make a lot of those mistakes if you're black in America. So if I don't go in there and deal with that, real harm is going to come to him, because one of these cops is going to end up shooting my kid, and then we're all going to go see Jesus. And so this is another issue where the postmodernist mindset comes in, because if it's about your feelings and you just sent Seneca to timeout and he's crying, you've now harmed him and you need to take him out of timeout. Real practical things like this, postmodernists don't understand. That's how you end up with school shooters. We continue.
Left. I'm personally an old school liberal, and sad to see how the left basically fucks itself in the ass and loses every single election because of its focus on things like this. They're pretty much every normie rolls their eyes on and thinks is cringe. But yeah, the bigger point here is that simply that it requires intent to cause harm, and if you believe there are two genders, right, then you're not intending to cause harm. So for example, if you don't actually believe that Jake is a lord, and you just say, hey, Jake, you're not intending to cause him harm, you just simply disagree with what he believes he is to be. But it's more polite to call him my lord, so just pointing out.
That, gentlemen, thank you very much. The floor is all yours.
Why do I feel like they're going to do this my lord thing?
So I wanted to see if I can say something real quick, right? So you wanted to be called, Alex, I believe, wanted to be called by Your Highness.
Your
and
Majesty.
Jake Rattlesnake wanted to be called by Lord, correct?
Lord, yes, that's correct, yep.
Okay, so are you aware of the massive difference that exists between respecting someone's actual gender identity and indulging in your absurd demand?
Whoa, what's absurd about my demand? You have to call me
you're
my
not
lord, and by the way, you haven't actually addressed...
There it is. There it is. This is, again, the wheels fall off. It's how you feel. It's your language. It's what goes on inside of you. Okay. Well, what's going on inside of me is I'm perceiving this to be a man. Nope. I want to be called Lord, Your Majesty. He says that's ridiculous. That's what he says. You're a ridiculous, silly idea. Well, it might be silly and ridiculous, but you guys have got to understand. Let me ask you guys this question. What is more native to a Homo sapien? His sex or his title? There were no lords and dukes 8,000 years ago on the Sinai Peninsula. But there were men and women, right? Men and women, the dichotomy and the bifurcation between man and woman is one of the most native aspects of what makes us human. And so for him to say that the guy calling himself Lord was ridiculous, while simultaneously saying that if a person is 6'4" and they're in a video game store and they're destroying the video game, saying it's ma'am, that person, it's not ridiculous to say that that's a woman, even though he's 6'2", very buff and extremely aggressive, because he said, let's take it outside, I'll show you how much of a man I am, right? We're supposed to look at that and go, yep, definitely a woman. I'm trying to be careful here, but for this guy to say, oh, this is ridiculous and stupid, like the lack of self-awareness is crazy to me. We continue.
Not being systematically discriminated for it.
Well, how do you...
Who judges what is silly and ridiculous? Good question. Good fucking question. Who determines that? You can't determine harm objectively. I can determine harm objectively, because harm is whatever is evil. Right? Love does not rejoice in evil, but rejoices in the truth. Right? But he's got no root. It's all just how you feel. Well, the guy feels like His Majesty, so how can you tell him that his identity is bad? Like, how does that work?
Understand that? If you're a lord versus not a lord, you are not being discriminated against. However, trans people are. right?
So you're saying that based on my personal subjective
thing.
experience, because you said in your opening
I'm
statement
talking
that it was about effect. So if we're going to talk, First Amendment, if we're going to talk, you have to let me talk, and then you talk, then me talk.
Yeah,
then
I know how
this that's the way that it works. Okay.
Gish galloping, steamrolling thing goes.
So I'm going to respond. I'm going to respond to what you said.
We'll come right back to you.
You're making an unserious comparison
I'm going to respond
to dodge the reality that misgendering has real.
Every time I hear somebody use the term unserious, I'm like, okay, you just don't want to deal with the argument. Anytime I hear an argument that I think is unserious, like I'm working on this, I get so happy because I'm like, oh, I got 3 chess moves. This guy's gonna look like an idiot in about 5 seconds. Doesn't work. We continue.
I'm going to respond.
First Amender,
I'm going to respond.
Gentlemen, I hate doing this, but First Amender, I do want to hear. We'll come right back to you, but I do want to hear what Jake has in response to what you had just said. Okay, ready? And then I promise, of course, First Amender will come right back to you. I want to be fair. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, so I'm actually a little bit triggered, to be honest, by First Amender's response there, because actually in his opening statement, he said that it's about the effect that it has on the person. And now he's trying to shift the goalposts and say it's about whether or not that person's oppressed or not. Actually, I feel very oppressed by you not calling me my lord, and it's deeply, deeply upsetting for me. And based on your own logic and based on your own parameters that you put up in your opening statement, that would be hate speech. So you're engaging in hate speech. How dare you call it absurd that I want to be called my lord?
Do you see the conflicts between these two? Have a modernist idea, which is we can empirically verify this data. You were born a man. And these guys are postmodernists that say, well, this person feels like they're a woman, so now you're duty bound to call them that. This is the clash of modernism and postmodernism that you're seeing right now in the way that these guys argue.
Yeah, so again, you're making an unserious comparison to dodge the reality that misgendering has real-world consequences.
I just told you I'm sad about it.
Actual people who possess higher suicide rates, job discrimination, as well as medical mistreatment for misgendering. Whereas calling you Lord versus not does not systemically discriminate against you.
So
I want to address.
So the systemic discrimination thing is once again this community trying to piggyback off the things that black people have to go through. I find it hard to believe that there is a system erected. When black people talk about a system, what we're talking about is entire sheriff's departments having to be shut down because everybody's doing the Nazi salute. It's the FBI saying that there are white supremacists that ended up in the police force specifically to target black people. It's COINTELPRO, which in the 60s, 70s, and 80s was designed to take out all the black messianic figures. It is the CIA funding some Guns for Freedom operations by putting crack in black neighborhoods to fund it. And then it's Joe Biden creating the crime bill so the people hooked on that drug and the people addicted to the money that comes with it get incarcerated for decades. When we say systemic, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about an explicit and blatant and stated plan by members of the government on both sides, by the way, that says we're going after these people. They are super predators. That is systemic. Saying you were born as a man is not discrimination. It's what the man believes. And this is why I loved Runaway so much, because she said, I'm not going to call you by your preferred gender marker because I am not religious. And that is a religious idea. You guys got to understand this. You're saying that the physical reality in front of us is not real because you feel or think something differently about yourself. And so this doesn't even mesh with normal secularism because I thought we were just going by the facts. None of this hocus pocus stuff. I mean, at this point, you're basically conceding that not only that you have a soul, but that souls can be gendered. Because when you say I was born in the wrong body, you are bifurcating yourself from your body as if yourself and your body are not the same thing. Well, that works fine in my worldview, but it doesn't work in an atheist or materialist worldview. All you have is material. We continue.
the
You've
actual
moved the
question,
goalpost
right?
then
Rather than
completely.
this ridiculous nonsense, right? The question.
Are there black supremacists in police departments? Could that be possible? I'm not talking about a one-off black person who doesn't like white people. I'm talking about the entire department. The entire department had to be shut down. There have been correctional officers who also, the entire crew had to be shut down because when they graduated, they all did this, the Elon thing. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about COINTELPRO. Black people never had the power like that in the country to even do something like that. Good question, though. We continue.
Is misgendering hate speech, right?
I really want to ask a question for Jake and Alex as well. How do you both decide what pronouns to give somebody?
That's a good question. That's a good question. I think that for 98% of cases, and you know, if you want to take a secularist view, hundreds of thousands of years ago, for the purposes of procreation as well as defense, we were evolved to be able to tell the distinction between men and women immediately. And that's because, one, obviously, you want a mating partner, and you're not going to be able to progenate the gene pool if it's just two dudes or two women. So to be able to discern a man and woman is very important. Second category of that would be, at night in the ancient world, if you saw somebody that you did not know, you were basically in trouble, right? So these are the things that, as human beings, we've been rocking with for thousands of years, literally. We continue.
But how do we decide what pronouns we use? I just look at them and I ascertain that they're a male or female. I understand that I can be tricked by somebody if they were to do a really good performance. I've been to Thailand and I've walked down the red light district, so I understand that you can be tricked. But, you know, 99.9% of the time, we're going to be able to look at somebody and ascertain what sex they are.
Yeah, and obviously for women know this better than me. Women also need to be able to discern whether or not the person in front of them is a man or a woman, because all men are inherently threats to women because we're stronger than them in orders of magnitude. So a woman needs to be able to be evolved quickly to discern whether she's dealing with a man or a woman, because that could be the difference between life and death or getting assaulted in some bush somewhere. All these things happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. We evolved from this. This is some of the things where it's like you're almost penalizing people for being human. Like that's kind of part of the issue. We continue.
That's called using their gender expression. You're looking at their gender expression and making a call. And as you just said,
there's a big difference between something being hate speech and you choosing out of the sake of politeness to call. So, for example, if there's a trans person on the panel and they seem cool and nice, then I'm just out of the sake of politeness, I will call them that, right? But even if I don't, that's not hate speech. It's my First Amendment protected right. Because if I believe there are two genders, that's my belief. I believe there are two genders. That's what.
But nobody is asking the government to create laws to force you to not misgender somebody.
Well, that's
we're
exactly
just saying,
what
hey,
happened in Canada.
Well,
yeah, that does happen in Canada. A guy almost got his kids taken away from him because of that. What are you talking about?
Okay, but we're not Canada. We're the United States of America.
Right,
but I'm arguing is misgendering hate speech. Hate speech, even if it is labeled hate speech, still has nothing to do with the First Amendment, because you can still incite hate speech, provided that they're not technically fighting words or like words that incite violence.
Right?
Hate speech in the United States. So you can say hate speech, right? You can go outside and be a dick, but the problem is that doesn't really revoke the concept that it is hate speech. So stop invoking the First Amendment. It has nothing to do with this.
Well,
right?
no, I think.
I don't understand how you could. What do you mean it has nothing to do with this? You're trying to police the man's speech. Of course, the First Amendment has stuff to do with it. Remember the prison incidents? The males claimed they were trans, was moved to a women's prison, then engaged in sex with the women. We had a sexual assaulter. He was out there for sexual assault. Tough dude. And he transitioned during court, and they fucking put him in there with the women. Like, it's crazy to me. We continue.
Some people do dislike that by making your unserious comparison by being called highness or lord, right? You are dodging the reality that
See, if this was me, I would have just called him Highness and Lord. I would have took that argument right out, and I wouldn't let him even use it. But this guy's fallen into the trap because he's obviously emotionally connected to this whole situation. Well, Vin, according to Kropotkin, I don't know who that is, he sees evolution as uniting mankind. From his view, humans evolved for mutual aid. Humans didn't evolve to protect themselves from each other, according to him. I doubt very highly that he would say that explicitly, and if he did, he's wrong. But we continue.
Gendering has real-world consequences.
Well, how do you know?
Higher suicide rates. It causes job discrimination. It causes medical mistreatment. That is.
Man, you said a lot of stuff there. I do agree about medical mistreatment relative to trans people when we're talking about young kids and putting them on puberty blockers, which are not easily reversible, by the way, which could give them osteoporosis, which could lower their IQ. To say that a 16-year-old has the sense of mind to be able to do that is insane. And so again, like, here we go.
Not the case in being called Lord or Highness, or not being called Lord or Highness. So understanding that it does cause higher suicide rates to deliberately misgender people.
The other thing I gotta say is that, you know, we should do a show on logical fallacies, but there's a logical fallacy called causation. Correlation is causation. Because something is always correlated with something, they think it's a cause. So, for example, there's this guy, Jake Delhomme. That's not his real name. But he was Tom Brady's backup quarterback. If you know anything about the sport of football, if you are blowing a team out and there's literally no way they can come back, because football is such a violent sport, the coach would often pull them off the field and have the backup come in to finish the game so that their main superstar doesn't get hurt. And so what ended up happening was the team that Brady was on at the time used to make a joke like, here he is, Jake Delhomme. He's got a perfect record, and every time Jake Delhomme plays for us, we win. That's a perfect example of correlation is causation. Yes, every time Jake Delhomme played, he won, but that's because Brady put up so many touchdowns that it was impossible for them to get back. Right? Okay. So that is the idea. Is you're correlating something. Yes, they are correlated, but you're now taking the correlation as the cause. So when you say trans people are killing themselves and all the rest of it, there is a correlation between gender dysphoria and suicidal ideation. And the assumption is because people are not accepting us, that's why this is happening. But people are killing themselves post-op even after they go back to a very loving and healthy society. San Francisco has one of the highest suicide rates in the world, especially in the country, and they've been lib, trans, all that shit since the 80s. So I have a hard time with this kind of stuff. One, because I'm a parent, and I'm hearing lots of these parents getting terrorized by these guidance counselors. Would you rather have a living son or a dead girl? And all these parents are getting emotionally blackmailed to deal with this nonsense. I had a child that starting to hit puberty, and dudes are starting to notice her. Dudes also starting to notice her sister. She looked across and saw that her brother was able to go out at any time at night he wanted to by himself. If he wanted to go out in a tree, by the forest and all that shit, he was able to do it. She was not. One day she came home and told us that she was, she's now non-binary. Now, there are a couple people in the house that had a conniption, lost their minds over it. I immediately told her, I love you unconditionally. I said, let's just keep the dialogue open. And I said to her, we're not doing anything medical. We're not doing any surgeries. We're not doing any chemicals. You want to cut your hair, fine. You want to wear your brother's clothes, fine. You know, my son was like doing making a tie for her. But we're not doing anything chemical or crazy like that. This went on for about 2 or 3 months. We had a heart-to-heart. She finally opened up to me that she hated the fact that her brother could go out and run all hours of the night and be safe. But because she's a girl, she can't. And she hated that. And she didn't want to go out into a world where she was just being looked up and down all the time, etc., etc. You can't be mad at that. I understood it. I said, I get it. I never told her, you're not non-binary, blah, 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 blah. But I said, yeah, man, like, that's tough. And, you know, we went over scripture and what scripture says about it and all that. And I said, that's the reason I am the way that I am about certain issues. But I definitely see where you're coming from. And she left all that stuff behind. I never said, like, you should stop. It's not working. I never did that. She just dropped it on her own. But if I would have sent her to public school with some of these libs of TikTok teachers, what do you think would have happened? These parents are being completely blackmailed by these people. And the parent doesn't know any better.
And it does cause job discrimination.
Are you just going to filibuster the entire debate?
I will say, though, this is unquestioned. Transgender people do face a lot of discrimination at work. I don't care how they dress or whatever. They need to be able to work. If you don't hire these people and you put them out on the street, it's not going to be good for anybody. Aside from the fact that whether or not the person is wearing gender appropriate clothes has nothing to do with the skill set that's necessary for whatever function you're trying to make. I'm a big believer in that. I think we need to codify the rights of transgender people to work and transgender people to have housing, affordable housing, like the rest of us, without the threat of an eviction or whatever, when it comes out that the person's trans. We have people that are denying people houses, homes, bank loans, jobs, because they're trans. And, you know, that to me was one of the most frustrating pieces of all this when I was talking, because I knew this shit was coming with Trump. I knew it. And they got so cocky after 2022. I'm like, Trump was not on the fucking bill, guy. And so you saw that community doing just like the craziest shit and flaunting it in everybody's faces, and now it's like, what's going on?
Are you going to let other people talk?
Can I please finish my question?
All right.
Yeah,
what I want to do is
though,
I'm going to give you, in case you had any thoughts, Jake. You've been patiently waiting. In case you had anything you want to mention.
Yeah, I would like to understand what our interlocutors here agree is psychological distress. Can you please define for me what psychological harm is and how that's quantified?
This should be interesting. Because remember I said earlier, I'm like, who determines what harm is? So now he picked up on that. Now he's asking the question. And how do you think he's going to answer? Because this is a postmodernist. Now, the modernist guy is talking to the postmodernist guy. How's he going to answer?
You can believe, if you know a certain action is going to potentially cause suicidal ideation or depression in an individual, that would easily be considered hate speech, right? Or psychological distress. Wouldn't you agree?
Sure. Well, I just don't understand why you haven't called.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Because you ever heard the phrase, the truth hurts? You know, when you homeschool the kids, you can't get below an 85. It's like, there's 3 people in the class. I mean, there's 6, 7 now, whatever. But you're a homeschool kid. There's no way that I'm going to let you hand in this paper as anything other than an 85%. So they work hard on it, blah, blah, blah. Math is his toughest subject. I grade the paper. He's at a 73. I said, not good enough. Go back and redo these. He cried. There's a lot of crying in homeschool now. I hurt his feelings. I talk to my boys in a rough manner at times, and it has nothing to do with how I feel and everything to do with the fact that I know, as a black father, the world they're going out in, and they have to have an extra layer of toughness and thick skin, otherwise these white demons are going to eat them alive. So we be on some street shit sometime in our house, and I'm toughening these boys up, and I'm just gonna. So the girls are working at a pizza joint, and they've got a coworker that keeps saying things like, "I'm gonna smack you," all type of weirdo shit, right? So it comes up to me and says, "Yo, this guy's saying XYZ, blah blah blah." I teach the girls self-advocation, so I said, "Say XYZ to him." So they go to work, they come back, we're still shooting. Apparently, he said, "What are you gonna do about it?" So she went to say, "Hey, stop threatening me and my sister. What are you gonna do about it?" He says. My son gets on the phone and says, "Listen, this girl's got 5 brothers. We don't play around with that shit over here. Don't ever say it to my sisters again." Yeah, he embraced that toxic masculinity. I know. I get it. But you should see the girls. They're all walking on cloud 9 right now because their brother came through and supported them because he understood his gender role. He understood his assignment. Right? And so, like, here you go.
Be my lord then, because like we said at the start of the debate, that deeply, deeply offends me if you don't call me my lord. And actually, it might make me seriously depressed. No, it's my identity. That's my identity.
Well, I'm not. This debate isn't about misidentifying.
Right? No.
Yeah, I understand what the guy's trying to say when he says that lord is not a gender, but I'm sorry. I have seen fae gender. I've seen frog gender. I've seen whatever gender. So this is postmodernism. If you could say, if you were born a man, you could say you're a woman. Why not say you're a duck? Why not say you're a fairy? Why not say you're a dog? There are literally, I have sat in, I'm not going to play it because I was a guest, but I have sat in on trans intramural conversations where they're talking about the xenogender thing. I think that's what it's called. Where like you've got an entire slew of all these quote genders. So this guy is like making it sound like this is ridiculous. We've got consensus that there's, what the gender is. But again, it's like, oh, are we sticking to a binary? I thought we didn't have a binary. We continue.
No, it's my identity. I'm telling you, it's my identity. And First Amender, you can be as flippant as you want about this, but that is my identity. I am
Have you been
lord,
to a psychologist where you're like getting dysphoria because people aren't calling you Lord, and you're like spending every waking moment of your life where you're literally cutting your own wrists because you're not being called Lord on a daily basis? Are you serious?
I do think that that's something that we need to pause on because he's right. Correlation and causation are not the same thing. But gender dysphoria is a real malady. I'll never forget one of my trans friends who, to me, is my trans, guru. She invited me into one of their discussions, and she talked about when she hit puberty. She went to brush her teeth in the morning, and the face looking back at her terrified her because it was a male face and puberty and all the rest of it, and just completely destroyed. She says there's times that she has to cover up all the mirrors in her house. And that kind of self-rejection is not something we should make light of. I understand what these guys are doing. Hey, we're in a debate, blah, 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 we're having fun. But I do agree with this guy. I agree with both of them. Logically speaking, the rattlesnake guy is right down the middle. But if we're talking about what makes us good or bad people, him calling attention to that, I think, is really, really important. I think that everybody who argues with a trans person, you have logic and science on your side, but there's no reason to be a dick about it. And there's no reason to not engage with these folks and look at what they're going through. We've all looked in the mirror and said, I don't like this, I don't like that. But it's one of those things where it's like, if you don't like what you see in the mirror, go work out. Go get a haircut. Whatever. What was that person supposed to do? Literally woke up terrified because she finally saw that puberty was hitting her and she was transforming into a man. I think we got to be really careful about how we engage these topics, because I don't believe that trans people are killing themselves at those rates only because people are not accepting them. I believe that with genuine gender dysphoria comes a set of comorbidities, some of it being autism. Trans women skew very high for autism. And another comorbidity is suicidal ideation. And it is not just because people won't accept you. There have been people who've been fully accepted by their community and whatever, but then they had the surgeries and it didn't do what they wanted it to do, and so they died. Okay? So like this is real shit. This is real shit. It's also the reason we should not be encouraging. Maybe it'll come up later. I'm sure it'll come up later. We continue.
Do you understand how disrespectful of what you are saying on this?
No, I have done that. That has happened.
Show me your arm.
No, it was when I was younger.
Oh, okay, all right.
Jake,
so you
Jake,
never did.
Lord
By the way, those don't go away all the way into it.
It's a common recommendation of treatment for anorexia and similar eating disorders that they cover mirrors. The rate of lives ending for mental illness is highest for anorexics. They are still wrong. Well, again, are all anorexics killing themselves because their parents don't accept them? Their parents don't accept their anorexia. They don't. The parents take them to doctors and try to deprogram them and detransition them from being anorexic. So should they be able to, should we respect that? Should those parents respect that? But my point is, I get what you're saying. I don't think that the pathos makes them right, but it should inform the way we speak about this topic, especially if we don't know anybody on that team, is all I'm saying. I don't think these people are in close relationships with any trans people, so they could just joke around. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, like when I first heard it, whatever, I wasn't always this person. You guys changed a lot of me. It was a big joke. And then I heard that testimony from that person. It killed, and everybody knows me. I'm an extremely soft and fragile individual. And I'm not gonna lie to you, it fucked me up for weeks. I couldn't even talk to my friend because my mind is just too vivid. I'm seeing this person walk around, turn off the lights, hiding the... That kills me, man. So I'm glad that this guy said that. And I just think, guys, like, just because I don't believe that emotions determine truth, I do believe that emotions can point you toward the truth. Like, you don't necessarily need to be able to articulate and put your finger on exactly what's going on to know that that's a really fucked up situation when you got somebody with that deep level of self-rejection. So we got to think about these things. I get it. We're trying to have fun. I get it. But see what I'm saying? We continue.
So yeah, you're lying.
No, I'm not going to show you my arm.
So if a trans person has...
because people aren't calling you Lord, and you're like spending every waking moment of your life where you're literally cutting your own wrists because you're not being called Lord on a daily basis. Are you serious? Do you understand how disrespectful of what you are saying on this?
No, I have done that. That has happened. Yes.
Show me your arm.
No, it was when I was younger.
Oh, okay, all right.
Jake,
so you
Jake,
never did.
Lord is
By the way, those don't go away all the way into adulthood. So yeah, you're...
I know that for a fact. This is a mistake. Just as a debater, this is a mistake. He should have just surrendered the point. That's a non-essential point. Just surrender the point and say, okay, sir, blah, 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 call him whatever, and take that bullet out of his gun, because he's just going to keep going back to this over and over, and you're going to keep falling into it. And you're super emotional. And this is another thing about postmoderns. They can't get their emotions in order because that's one of their barometers for determinative truth. So and right-wing people are left-brained, so they're usually pretty better at argumentation. And it has nothing to do with liberals are dumb. It's not that. It's just a left-brain, right-brain issue. There's really interesting studies about the brain. It's incredible. But so they're generally going to have the upper hand in debates, and that's why they do this shit. And, look, man, I do it all the time. The only reason I'm saying this and pausing is because I have trans people in my life now, right? But, like if I'm in a certain kind of mood, man, I'll tear you to shreds. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows I'm in the mood, man. Just stay away. But we got to hold ourselves a little bit accountable here because these guys aren't going to convince each other, but that's not why the thing is on YouTube. The thing is on YouTube for the rest of us onlookers to see and come up with a decision. See what I'm saying?
No, I'm not going to show you my arm.
So if a trans person hasn't cut their arms, then it cannot be.
Right? And I'm telling you the massive difference between respecting someone's gender identity and indulging in your absurd demand.
Wait, sorry, if a trans person has not
yes, you're exactly.
Hold on,
you're
just to be sure that we hear all, hold on 1 sec. Okay, Alex, do you have a thought?
I'm so confused why these guys are hanging out on this. Again, we have Fae gender, we have wolf gender, we have xenogender, we have Zay Zem Zer. So we got to call somebody a Zer, but to say that I am emperor gender or president gender like that's crazy. But Fae gender is. I mean, I've literally seen tutorials on how to address people with Fae gender or frog self. I'm sorry, but see, and here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that has to get talked about. I'm on the older end of millennial. Both of my trans friends are just beyond me age-wise. They're basically Gen Xers. And those people, they never fight about the bathroom. They never fight about the Leah Thomas stuff. They never do any of that shit. They don't talk about it. They don't go crazy. They don't say, I'm going to die if I can't. You know what I'm saying? They're both very measured. They understand, and they just want to be left alone. Because these people were around. See, this is one of the things where the generation gap is really hurting the community. These people have been around. They went through the 80s and saw how HIV/AIDS just ravaged the gay community. And then they saw how everybody responded to it, which was, well, you guys are nasty perverts, so fuck you. And there's a documentary, I don't know the name of the documentary, but essentially it's arguing, and I don't know how much of it's propaganda, but it was essentially arguing that our government was dragging their heels on dealing with HIV/AIDS because everybody thought it was a gay drug and you know, good, let them all die off. So my trans friends went through that shit. They went through, I came into consciousness when Ellen came out, said she was gay, she lost her show and all that. You got these Gen X trans people that went through all of that shit and understand how hostile the environment was. And they also understood how much work it took for the community to even get the Obergefell decision and things of that nature. Like, they've been through so many wars. They were there when there was a vote, it was Proposition 8, to allow gay marriage or not in California. And they saw people come from Utah as emissaries of Christ, no less, to come to California to vote against them. So all my Gen X trans friends saw all of that shit. So when they start talking about the sports thing and the Leah Thomas thing, they just roll their eyes and go, we're fucked. And then you got these millennial Gen Zers who didn't go through any of that struggle, didn't see any of those, didn't like, has been so insulated because of quote cancel culture, whatever you want to call it. And they're out there saying, I should have this, I should have this, I should have this, I should have this, I should have that. It's like, but the people that were actually on the front lines are like, yo, like, you're fucking it up for us. I've been able to be in some of these conversations, and it's like, I don't say anything, but it's like, oh, this is very clear. This is a generation gap here. This is a generation gap. Like, these young people think that it was always like this, and they truly believe they're being discriminated against. Meanwhile, your Gen X trans person is like, you have no fucking idea what discrimination is. You see what I'm saying? So there's a lot of that going on too.
Yeah, if a trans person has not tried to commit suicide or cut their arms, then you cannot misgender them, right?
That's not what I said.
Well,
so, First Amendment, just to be clear, because we were
saying
that
I'm giving an example
so
of somebody who's dealing with actual gender dysphoria, and your ridiculous comparison to Lord. That's a dumb straw man, and it doesn't have anything to do with the argument, right?
First
so
Amendment,
I wanted to go back to the fact that you are basically inhibiting into hate speech.
McLovin, relax, McLovin. Okay. So when you walk up to a trans person, and so if I was trying to ascertain in my ignorance the level of damage that was happening to a trans person, would I ask them to show me their arms if they told me about all the distress that they'd gone through? And
ridiculous. This is one of the things in debate that I wish I could tell people. When your opponent has a point, give him the point. Let him have it. If they would have said that from the beginning, it would have been a chuckle, and that bullet would have been out of that gun. Okay? Watch Eminem in 8 Mile. He made sure to diss himself first before the other guy could, and the other guy had nothing to say. Just take that away from them. Simple.
Is that how I would quantify the psychological harm?
But I'm just pointing out the difference. I know that that's not like the 100% test that you would not all trans people are cutting their arms because of their gender dysphoria, but some are.
So then it mustn't be that bad.
And I'm just pointing out that you're talking about someone's mental well-being. You're talking about their self-worth. You're talking about their emotional stability. You're talking about increasing their prolonged stress.
Very hard
You're
to have this back
talking
and
about
forth if you just
creating
keep
verbal
talking and
abuse,
talking.
discrimination.
I got another
bullying,
question.
And all of these forms of mistreatment. You're called.
Bro, I was with you for the first half. But you cannot say that this is verbal abuse. If you come from an Orthodox Islamic family, Islam functions completely on a binary. This is the other thing about white people. No disrespect, but white people are so ethnocentric, they don't even hear what they're saying. They're like, oh, if you believe in a gender binary, you're slow. That's the African continent. Okay? My ancestors were dualist pagans. Dualism. Twoism. They were twoists. And there's a lot of people all over the planet that are twoists. But here come the Americans. And now we're going to determine that because we said so, now there's 8 trillion genders, and if you believe that there's only a binary, then there's something wrong with you, and you're slow, and you're dumb, and you're not intelligent. I could tell these people have never been outside of this fucking country. It has nothing to do with homophobia or transphobia. In Africa, in the continent, a lot of the religions have to do with balance. You know, night, day, sun, moon, that type of thing. So the entire concept is about balance. And so in an African understanding, the man needs the woman because he's only one part of a binary and she needs him. Like necessary. That built up their entire system. Zambia, Nigeria, all the rest of it. Our ancient paganism, same thing. And there's a lot of indigenous people all over the place where that was the ideology. So these guys, you guys got to understand, like, this is your extremely new understanding of how this shit works. But you cannot then accuse a Muslim parent or an African parent of being abusive when they say, what are you talking about? Of course you're a boy. Look, what are you doing? That's not abuse. But the minute you start injecting language like that, now we can call CPS and get your child taken away because
all of these things, and you're just like, this is hate speech. I just want to be a giant piece of garbage when I wake up in the morning. Like, that's literally what this is.
We need to get to something more substantive. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, no,
I did give you something substantive.
I know.
Causing emotional
McLovin,
distress, cognitive damage, behavioral changes, and physical symptoms.
There it is, emotional distress. And we've already demonstrated there are hundreds and thousands of cases where causing someone emotional distress is the best thing for them and the best thing for everybody around them. I just got done listening to this dude. He said, prison saved my life. I'd be dead were it not for prison. I promise you, that boy was in some emotional distress when he was in prison, dear listener. Sometimes I'm like, this guy must not have kids. What do you mean emotional distress? That's all of life, bruh. This is the other thing, like, please don't be angry at me, white people, but are you guys that fragile? Are you trying to tell me, that what trans people are going through is worse than what black people have gone through? Come on, man. Stop. We continue.
I know, but the impression was off. It wasn't super substantive. Let's go to Jake.
So, you still haven't quantified harm for me, by the way. But if they did say to me that they were going through all of this harm, why should I believe them?
That's a good point. You haven't quantified harm. You cannot get a universal understanding of what harm is in a postmodernist mindset. You can't. because I asked one of my atheist friends this, and we're about to debate. I asked him this question, and he pulled out of the debate. I said, who determines what harm is, bro? The heroin dealer or the DEA agent? Who determines what harm is? The fucking sick motherfuckers at Pornhub that are playing these prepubescent girls getting raped? Or the special victims unit person who comes to cause that guy emotional distress? What about pedos? I'm sure they're under a bunch of emotional distress when they don't get to watch. You cannot use emotional distress as your one barometer of harm, is the point. But when you don't believe in absolute truth, what are you going to use as a barometer for harm? Do you see the conflict? And nobody's touching on the overarching and underpinning philosophy here, which is postmodernism, that allows, these guys are talking right by each other. He says, you haven't defined harm for me, because he's a modernist. And this guy's completely ignoring it because he's a postmodernist. And to him, it's like, I don't need to tell you about that. There's people in emotional distress. That's it. That's enough. No, that's enough for you, but it's not enough for people who don't hold to that ideology. That's your philosophy, or as my runaway used to say, that's your religion.
You're talking about the emotion. Okay, fine. I will quantify it for you, right?
No, I'm saying, why should I believe
emotional
them? That was the question.
Or mental distress caused by actions, speech, or experiences that negatively impact your well-being, your self-worth, emotional stability.
All of those get violated when I tell my kid, you have to go back and finish that because you weren't good enough. You have to get an 85. All you have now are emotions, but I can show you millions of examples where harming somebody's emotions was good for them in the long run. I don't know if this guy has any children, but what I find with a lot of leftists is that they don't have a lot of children, and there is a lot about the world that you begin to understand once you have your first child. This is one of them.
Happy? Is that okay? Now we can move on instead of playing dumb. All right,
now,
cool.
Why should I believe them? Why should I believe them, First Amender? You tell me. Why should I
because
believe them?
They might have gender dysphoria.
Okay, well, I have told you about my own emotional distress and the fact that I've been to psychologists and I've had all of these terrible things happen upstairs right here.
You have not been to a psychologist being called
why don't you believe me,
serious?
First Amender? It's
Jake,
my identity.
What?
First,
No one is
you're falling into this trap
against
by
you.
trying to argue with this.
No.
This is not a gender identity. You're not.
So you're saying that
gender.
you shouldn't just believe people on face value when they tell you things?
Jake,
guys, this
you
is
are not arguing about gender identities. Have you looked at the prompt? This is about gender identity.
This is my personal identity, guys.
It's a bad analogy.
No, it's actually a really good analogy.
Because William has been, forgive me, just because William has been waiting for a while, so I do want to hear from William because it has been a while. And then I promise Alex will come back to you, and then Jake, and then First Amender. So, William, go ahead.
Thanks, James. Your analogy is bad, Jake. It's called a straw man because you're making up an argument that we're not making and trying to have us argue against that, but we're not making that argument, okay? You're not talking about gender when you talk about my lord. If I really wanted to avoid gendering you at all, I could do that, and I could just use gender-neutral language. I could use they, or I could just call you by your name, and that is how I can talk to you respectfully. I don't have
that's
to,
not a straw man.
You cannot control every aspect of language around me, and that's not what transgender people are trying to do. Transgender people aren't trying to control all aspects of language. They say it would be polite if you called me this type of pronoun. You don't have to. You don't go to jail.
Nah, bro, I can't give that to you, son. They're not saying it would be, they're not politely saying it would be nice, okay? The it's ma'am dude at the GameStop, he wasn't saying please politely. When Posey Parker, when them trans people put their hand around her neck, they weren't saying can you politely whatever. These people did all types of shit, assaulted her, all types of shit. No arrests were made for Posey Parker. Who was a little white girl? Riley Gaines. They fucking held her hostage in the resource room at the college. What are you talking about polite? And in all three cases, these were trans women who were intimidating the living shit out of the women there. Not just the women, but the men as well. Because that boy was 6'4", probably 220 in that bitch. Talking about, it's man. Stop with this. Like, they're politely at. Stop. People getting fired. People are losing kids. All type of shit, bro. This is the thing. Like, you trying to help the trans community, bro? Like, you got to tell them the truth. Like, yo, that shit ain't gonna work, man. You get people locked up and all this shit. It's already a big enough ask to try to get people to, like, coexist with this strangeness. because most of us are ignorant. Now on top of that, you're going to add this. It's too much. And you can't run a society that way, especially when you're only 1% of the population. We continue.
If you don't have to, but if you want to be considerate, if you want to care about these individuals, then you need to understand that this type of language can cause distress. And if you believe the scientific research that does prove that, then you would want to be respectful. You want to have empathy for these people, and you want to call them the respectful pronouns that they ask for, or just use gender neutral language.
Sure. Okay.
Easy solution.
So once again,
I don't agree with this kid because he's saying that it's hate speech or whatever. But this is a reasonable, that's kind of my position. And I don't know if I'm right. Okay? I'm an emotional guy. I've got two people that are very important to me and they're trans. And so I don't want them hurt in any way, shape, or form. But I don't, and I've got a Christian friend who said every time Vince says that, he's lying. I wasn't mad at him. I don't know if I'm right. I don't know. One of my pastors said to me one time, he said, if you're going to make an error on the side of grace and not law. So this is one of those things where I'm like, God, you know my heart here. You know my heart for my friends. I'm hundreds of miles away from these people. I can't check on them if they're good. I can't, whatever. And it fucks with you because you care about people and it's, when you hear their stories and all that, it just like I'm like, these guys must not have any kids. I'm looking at the right wingers like, you must not have any trans friends. Like, you wouldn't be so flippant about this Lord shit. You know what I'm saying? Because they are killing themselves, y'all. And I'm not saying it's our fault or their parents' fault. I think gender dysphoria carries with it a real comorbidity of suicidal ideation. The person covering up all the mirrors in their house is not because I misgendered them. It is ultimate self-rejection. And it's sad, and we should not promote that eventuality, but we also shouldn't laugh at it either and be so lighthearted about it.
First of all, that wasn't a straw man, so you got that wrong, and that was a little bit stupid. But second of all, I can't quite understand this. Why won't you respect me, and why won't you respect my identity? I've clearly asked you to call me. Hold on, Will. I've asked you so many times. Hold on, Fogel. All right, I've asked you many times now, Will, to call me my lord. So I want you to respect me because by your own metrics, this is my identity, and you are not respecting my identity, and it is.
He's right. Surrender the point and move on. This has nothing to do with being a dick to trans people. Just this is like debate sometimes is a chess match, man. It shouldn't be, but sometimes it is. Like, go watch my debates in the cross-ex. It's a masterclass in people just running like the wind from the, like, just surrender this point. Call him my lord. Call him my liege. Call him the emperor. I don't give a whatever. And get to the meat of the issue.
Deeply upsetting. So, Will, please, next time you address me, my lord X, my lord Y.
It sounds like you didn't come in with many arguments, Jake, because that's the only thing you're going to keep on repeating and repeating and repeating. I've explained to you why that's not the same thing. I've explained to you why that's a straw man.
We haven't even gotten to the debate. I'm simply asking for human respect. Human dignity. I'm asking for respect, and then later we can get to the argument. This is not an argument. This is just me asking for you to respect my humanity.
Is there any other arguments you have, Jake? Or do you actually want to talk about the debate?
We can exhibit...
My lord, I'm sorry you've been treated this way so far.
Jake, we can exhibit, for example, trans people existing at an endocrinological level. This is also the case at a neurochemical basis. It also exists under the neurobiological basis, right? Understanding that, show me where is your allele frequency for, say, being called Lord and your dysphoria of not being called Lord.
It's actually irrelevant to the debate because the debate's actually about hate speech. It's not about whether or not you can prove endocrinologically.
Wait, it's about what being hate speech?
It's about whether misgendering is hate speech.
Oh, not calling Lord, because that's not a gender.
Oh, correct. Yeah, correct.
It's my identity.
Well, hate speech is not limited to gender.
Identity is
not just limited to gender. Let's just get out of the way. Hate speech is not limited to gender. I'm going to ask a hypothetical question.
But the debate is misgendering is...
The debate is about misgendering.
Thank you.
Here,
just concede the point and go, bro. God.
He's waited.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask a hypothetical question.
See, I could tell when people are not. I could tell when people aren't veterans of debate. I could tell. And you know, it really hit me when I was in that atheist forum, and I debated one or two people, and then nobody wanted to debate after that at all. They wouldn't be caught dead debating me. There's a lot of mistakes that get made in these debates because they're timed and things of that nature. There's little tricks and things like that. And it's like I tell one of my sons, man, I say, listen, man, one of the biggest avenues that the devil attacks you through is through your emotions. You're a very emotional guy. So you got to be careful, because if you run into some bad actors, they're never going to be able to outsmart you thought for thought, but they can fuck you up with your emotions. So you got to be careful about that. That's what's happening with this Chris guy. Look, he's speaking with a lot of passion. What he's saying, you know, First Amendment, whatever his name is, he's speaking with a lot of passion and compassion. It looks like he's got some trans people, and he feels that it's his right and responsibility to defend them. And whether or not you agree with him, that is a beautiful thing. And whether or not you respect his outpour of an emotion, at least he's not wasting all of his emotion on himself. He's trying to make the thing better for probably people in his life or whatever. It's just, this is an example of where you can be right and wrong at the same time, right? It happens to me all the time. Usually if I get in an altercation with somebody, I'm right. I'm usually right. But most of the times when I communicate, I'm usually wrong. So it's a little bit knifey to hear this stuff, because I'm seeing myself in this situation, like making light of a really bad situation with these people.
Or suicidal if you don't call him my lord. Is that hate speech then? It's a hypothetical.
If it was absolutely true, then I would actually advocate that it is. But yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that he's just making up attempting to make a example.
Guys, I just
debate though.
What?
The debate is about misgendering.
Yeah,
not
hold on.
We're talking about. Oh, first we need to agree.
I do want to hear from Alex because he's waited.
Yeah, ahead, Alex. I'm gonna ask a hypothetical question. What do you know for a fact, right, that Jake is going to be more suicidal if you don't call him my lord? Is that hate speech then? It's a hypothetical.
If it was absolutely true, then I would actually advocate that it is. But yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that he's just.
Oh my God! As if you fell for. So he goes, if it was actually true, and we said you're not, then it would be hate speech.
Making up attempting to make a example.
Guys, I just need to tell you,
just creating a red herring fallacy.
When he said that he was self-harming with his wrist,
this is very important.
For some reason, he doesn't seem to have any injuries. Oh, okay.
This is very important.
Got it. So he's like a liar.
But so in a hypothetical, if you
got it.
Okay, I hate to do this. So I think that Jake had something that he wanted to say, and then appreciate everybody's enthusiasm. But go ahead, Jake, and then what I think we'll do is go over to William. Go ahead. I have to unmute you now. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate how unbelievably offended I am by this, because I'll have you all know that I actually am a lord. I own a small bit of property in Scotland. So I am, by definition, a lord. So you guys, for some reason, I continue on the Lord this whole time, and you guys haven't been believing me. You've been saying that you don't.
Okay, so he just that was a pincer. What they call that maneuver a pincer. Even more reason that you should have surrendered that point. Let this be a lesson to you debaters, man. Surrender the point. Because oh man. You see, if they would have surrendered the point earlier, this would have been completely irrelevant, right? But now, because they kept harping on that, he set him up lovely. Because the chubby guy said that if you were truly a lord and I was denying that it would be hate speech. Allahu Akbar. I still think he's a dick, but I gotta give it to him. How the hell did you walk into that, bruh? Damn. We continue.
Believe me, and you don't believe in my identity, but I'll have you know that it's actually true, and I can verify that. I can actually send through the documentation to James. So you've been...
This is ego, right? The two leftist guys, they're gonna come back. They're not gonna concede the point. They're just gonna you know, their ego's hurt right now because obviously he set them up. That was a setup. And you know, I've done that in debates, but from a good faith perspective. I'll give you an example. I was debating sex work. I'm against sex work, obviously. She's for it. And should I say this? So there was a particular porn star who got into the business because she had these crazy student loan debts. And when she first got out, she was talking about how empowering it is and all the rest of it. So in the debate, the last question I asked in cross-sex was, do you agree with this particular porn star who said that porn is empowering to women? She said, yes, absolutely. Then in my closing statement, I played a video clip of this same girl who talked about being sexually assaulted, sex trafficked. She always has to be on her P's and Q's because she doesn't know when somebody's going to go after her and blah, blah, blah. There was a guy that she was to work with that day, but she didn't know who he was, and her manager wouldn't tell her his name. And then she shows up, and the guy's like 55. She's in, second year of college, and she basically had to do whatever with this guy because apparently there's a kill fee or whatever. So it's like, I set her up in the cross-sex, because in the cross-sex she said, yes, I agree, it's empowering, and I knew that I had that video, right? I think that was a legitimate use of table turning there. This one, because I was serious as cancer, this one, it was a giant joke, and it probably got the biggest laughs out of everything, and it's hilarious, but it doesn't really drive home the rhetorical value that it could have because it's so funny.
My identity this entire time. I've told you about the psychological damage. By your own metrics, it is psychological damage that I'm going through by both of your metrics, and you've still been denying it, even though I can show empirically that it's true. So I don't really care anymore about your endocrinological argument.
I love your example of Lord because it actually disproves your entire point. Right. So Lord is a legal term that has legal precedence in certain legal cases. Right. There's specific legal requirements you need to become a Lord. Gender's not like that. Gender's different. And I know you don't understand that, but that's okay because that's what this whole debate's about. So gender is about a personal identity that you choose. It's your personal opinion about how you identify. It is not a legal term. Right, Jake?
Yeah, but in that situation, Mech, it was the same girl. So at the beginning when they're like, you're a duke, why are you doing this? And she's like, it's empowering. And then 3 years later was the video that I played. And it was the same exact girl. You know? Terrible.
The one you were using.
But now he's this is all ego right now because he feels stupid because he got him. He did. It's a gotcha and he got him. Concede the point. I was in a debate with this Muslim cat, and he wasn't doing well. And he came up with a term I'd never heard. I'd heard before, but I wasn't familiar with it at all. I said, oh, what's that? And he goes, you charlatan, la la la, you don't know anything, you're a fraud. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, you don't know what this phrase means. I was like, no, I don't. Tell me what it is. He's like, he tried to make a big deal out of it. And then... unfortunately, and then what happened was he told his little man, he said, don't replicate this. Don't distribute this video. And then my wifey had told me, yo, you got to tape it. Because the last time I was in a debate with them dudes, they deleted the tape. So I had the entire thing recorded from start to finish. So at the end of the debate, the sidekick goes, you are not allowed to republish this debate, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what are you talking about? He messaged me, he said he's going to sue me, all type of shit. I don't even know why I'm having this conversation right now. We continue.
We're using a different scenario. That's why it was a red herring, right? That's why it
is my identity, Will. What don't you understand? It's my identity. It's my humanity.
This is so stupid and frustrating.
It's a legal identification, which is different than a personal, subjective identity. Is it different, Jake, or is it the exact same?
I don't care. It's my identity.
It's different.
And you're not respecting my identity.
Different.
It's the same thing. It's identity.
It's not the same thing. It's very different because they have different impacts.
See, here's the problem. We're postmodernists. So we're going to say how you feel is paramount, and that's what determines truth. This guy is saying, well, I feel like this, and now he's saying, well, your feelings aren't valid. Like, how do you determine truth to these people? Like, it's so crazy. Like, he doesn't see it. And nobody ever calls it out like, yo, this is just your postmodernism destroying your own argument for you.
They have different impacts psychologically. There's different impacts of it psychologically.
Quantify that for me. What's the different impact psychologically?
I'll give you a chance to respond, Will, but then I do want to let our friend First Amender out of the jail here. So, Will, go ahead, and then...
He's got him in jail because he keeps talking over people. Holy hell.
So, invalidating someone's personal identity in a cultural setting with social aspects is very different, much more psychological impacting than trying to just deny someone's legal terms socially, right? That's very different. No one is going to mind if you disregard my legal identity. It doesn't matter because my legal identity will still uphold in the court system, right? But my personal identity, which is much more cultural, much more social, if you deny that, then that can impact me socially, which can impact my personal feelings about how I live, what kind of friends I can make, who I can become friends with. It's very different because of those reasons.
Yeah, so my identity as Lord, which is actually an identity, it affects me legally, it affects me socially, it affects me in a plethora of different ways, actually. So by your standard, once again, that it can hurt your fee-fees, it hurts my fee-fees if you don't call me a Lord, and it has a wide-ranging set of effects on me. So,
my apologies in advance. I just need a little bit of time, right? Longer than like 10 seconds if I can. If I can just please have that. Okay? I just need
like
everybody
60 seconds.
All right, yes. So here's a paper from PubMed. I've linked one of your moderators to please post this also in side chat so people can see it. This is an example of the neuroanatomy of the transgender identity, a mega analytic findings from the Enigma Transgender Persons Working Group, right? Under the results, you could see transgender persons differed significantly from cisgendered persons with respect to their subcortical brain volumes and surface area, but not cortical thickness. Contracting the four groups, transgender males, transgender women, cisgender men, and cisgender women, we observe the variety of patterns not only depended on the direction of the gender identity, as in towards male or towards female, but also on the brain measure as well as the brain region examined. There is a literal physical understanding of the existence of trans people. That is exactly what this paper is telling you. Okay? And so what...
My brother, that is what the paper is saying, but there is no scientific consensus on that point. There's no scientific consensus about the dichotomy between gender and sex. There are scientists and culture scientists and psychiatrists that hold that position, and there are credentialed people who are just as educated that hold the other position. The fact of the matter is, we've got multiple reasons for why gender dysphoria is a thing. One of them is you actually have gender dysphoria. The other one is, like one of my daughters, where she didn't have gender dysphoria. It was the fact that she knew she was a girl that was the problem for her. All these people are not doing them all for the same reasons. That's one of the major issues that I have. And it's also one of the reasons why trans people can't just concede the fact that children are impressionable and that children, especially when you hit those awkward teen years, they want something that defines them as special and unique. And so I do think there are a lot of times when kids are cosplaying as trans because it makes them unique. It can put them in a group, and you're always going to get attention. That's vastly different than an individual who has to cover up all their mirrors. So this entire conversation is completely irrelevant. I'm glad that he brought some data, but this data is not going to... You can't make the logical leap from being transgender, has a thicker cortical, whatever, to, hey, now we're going to arrest you or fine you, like in Germany, for saying something that hurt somebody.
Now that we understand that empirically it is a thing, right? It's not just your fifis. It's not being called Lord, right? We can move on to like the actual argument, right?
All right, well, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm empirically a Lord. That's actual fact. But
Give me your paper.
Amanda, let me ask you. I'll actually send the documentation off to James if you'd like. But
no, share it now for everybody.
I don't have it on me right now, but I can get it sent. That's for sure. And
I want it sent now, right? Otherwise, I don't believe you, right? Because you said that you were self-harming, but you don't have anything on your arms.
I want to give Jake
a chance.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
All right.
So would it be appropriate for me to ask a trans person their birth certificate? Because they, like, what a ridiculous thing to say. Like, this is so... I cannot believe that these guys are burning up all this time on this stupid point. Both of them. My God.
Is a trans person lying if they don't have their DNA test?
Fogel, I don't know why you don't believe me, because this is my identity and you're meant to just believe me. If somebody identifies...
No, that's not how this works.
Identifies as a rubber ducky, Fogel, would you affirm their identity? If it said that they were going to really hurt themselves, if they wanted to be identified as a rubber ducky, would you affirm that?
I had to put him in mute. I can give him a chance to answer, but of course it might be more than one word that he uses to respond. Go ahead, First Amender.
This is ridiculous. Like, I have to sit here and I have to argue.
Answer the question, Fogel.
No, I'm tired of dealing with these right-wing chuds day in and day out. They sit there and argue the same stupid right-wing argument talking points, and they don't actually argue.
See, when you make your emotions a barometer of truth, you're not going to be able to contain yourself. This dude that's talking right now in the jail is probably the smartest one in the bunch. But I say this to one of my sons. I said, you're the smartest person in this room, and you're also the most foolish person in the room. There's a difference between intelligence and wisdom. This guy is probably the most intelligent person in the thing, but he's the least wise. He keeps falling to this trap over and over again. It's unbelievable.
Freaking points. I bring up real, actual, empirical basis behind the point. You can't rebut it. I bring up how Lord is not the same thing as talking about someone's gender identity. I bring up how a person's respecting someone's gender identity can actually cause physical harm to the person, and it is not the same when being called Lord. You asshole. You're just being a dick. That's all you are. You don't have an argument. Present your paper or shut up.
Okay, listen, Fogel, I understand.
Present your paper or shut up.
Hold on. We have to give Jake a chance
to speak. Is that what you were saying?
Fogel, listen.
All right, let's give Jake a chance to speak.
I want to ask you...
I'm not going to lie to you. I do have a debate where the leftist just completely melts down. He completely melts down. And Sawyer was there, and I could tell. You know, like when you're fighting somebody and they get that first clean shot on you, like clean and it was straight, angles right and everything, and like they hit you and you're like, oh, this thing is soft. You look at your coach and start smiling because like, yo, I took one of his best shots. Look how soft he is. This should have been a footnote somewhere, and we're 27 minutes into this debate, and that's the only salient point we're talking about. Because these guys understood that they're in the catbird seat, because in the UK, they're pretty much about to ban the whole damn thing. Same thing with these Nordic countries. So he's sitting at home field advantage. Meanwhile, the guy in the jail cell is trying to advocate for people who I believe he's genuinely afraid for their life. And so, like, the contrast is crazy. But, yeah, the minute one of these people gets you into a situation where you're flaming angry and they're all calm and collected, It's over with.
You would hold a transgender person to the same standard, Fogel, because clearly you want me to show evidence of my identity, and actually that is adding to the systemic discrimination that the Lord community faces on a daily basis.
The Lord community.
Would you ask a transgender person to show you their documentation if they didn't pass?
Yeah, that's what I asked.
Like a man
ridiculous.
Didn't pass as a woman, but he claimed to be a woman. Would you ask them for documentation, or would you just accept it?
Present your paper or shut up. Where do you see the empirical basis of being called Lord exhibiting itself at a neurochemical level? Show it. Show it. Provide it. Provide it. I want to.
I'm sorry, brother, but there is no scientific consensus about that paper that you read. That's not a consensus. That is the opinion of that particular outlet, which, by the way, is a transgender affirming outlet. I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm just saying it's not like you dug up, the Constitution or something like that.
Actual fucking paper. It's so frustrating that I have to sit here and deal.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's nothing personal, First Amender.
Jake and First Amender, y'all gotta make.
Mob wants more blood. We have to go back to First
Amender. First Amender will be the best man at my wedding. He's a great guy, and I think potentially a best bud of mine.
I think the problem is
it's just on this particular issue we don't particularly agree. But we're like Seth MacFarlane. What's his name again? Jonah. We're like Jonah Hill and McLovin in Superbad, just trying to go to parties together and stuff.
I think this is important. We don't even have proof that depression is caused by neurochemicals. You see the debunking of SSRI. Well, I mean, I was in a mental institution. I was 18, and so because I was 18, I was able to sign for myself. But basically, once they basically said, "You understand that this is," I forgot, experimental, but they didn't use the word experimental. There's never been this is absolutely definitely going to work. It's an evolving process, mix and match, and sometimes they're just guessing. So, Mech, you got a point there.
But how do you know the truth, Jake? The hypothesis, and you form a conclusion based on your tests. So, anyway, now I would like to actually talk about the debate topic. So, if you knew a certain form of speech was going to genuinely harm somebody, Jake, would that be considered hate speech in your opinion, Jake? If you knew it was going to harm them?
Not necessarily. Again, if my kid he worked really, really hard and he got an 84, trust me, he's going to start crying when I say not good enough. You got to go back. You know what the standard is. Standard's 85. Nobody cares about you crying. Nobody cares about none of that shit, bro. Go back there and finish the job. Simple. I promise you, he doesn't feel good. And again, I do that on purpose because there's a safety net in the house. There is not one out there. So this stuff is not resonating with me. The fact that a person is harmed emotionally or psychologically doesn't necessarily mean you've done the wrong thing. Furthermore, what about criminals? Hey man, you're a pedo. Hey, stop calling me that. That makes me emotionally distressed. Why is how far are we going to push this? Why is the government putting out flyers about me telling everybody that I'm a sex offender? Didn't I pay for my crimes already? Who are you to judge me? This is my truth. In my truth, they were 7, 8 years old, like me.
Or if you had really good reason to believe it was going to harm them.
No, it wouldn't be hate speech because you actually have to have hateful intent for that person. Because in this case, if I was to misgender this person and I was just making a truth claim, it wouldn't be hate speech because I'm just making a truth claim.
But you don't need to make that type of truth claim that you believe is...
You don't need to make that type of truth... Who are you to say that? Who are you to tell us what kind of truth claim we can make or what we can't?
...to harm them. You could make a truth claim that doesn't harm them, such as using gender-neutral program.
Yeah, but what if the person believes that the gender-neutral speech is harmful because it perpetuates a mindset, a worldview in a pharmaceutical industry that is not the best thing in the world for those people? Postmodernists can only go by their affections. You know, the scripture says their destiny is destruction, their God is their stomach. What that means is these are people driven by their inner compulsions. there's nothing transcendent about their worldview. It is all very immanent and interior and located in them. And so because of that, you get hamstrung in situations like this because you cannot present anything as an overarching truth because postmodernism is against it, right?
No pronouns, or just using their name. So why would you use a pronoun that you know is particularly likely to harm them, knowing their psychological conditions?
Because my first and foremost concern is the truth, and I'm making
so use gender-neutral programs.
So I'm making a truth claim, and I'm not going to use they, them because it's incorrect English. So I'm just going to use the gender pronouns that I.
Why not their name?
Well, because I'm not going to adjust my language for somebody.
Oh, but I thought it was all about the truth.
Of their imagination.
I thought it was all about the truth for a second, Jake, and now you're changing it, and now you just say, oh, you don't want to talk in a way that's going to make them feel comfortable. Well, that's really hateful, Jake, and it seems like you actually want to go out of...
Yeah, that's not a very good point, bro. Like, nobody only has one motive for anything. So he could have multiple motives, and those motives were not contradictory.
Way to use language that's going to make them feel uncomfortable.
Actually,
and
no,
that does not sound like any form of love I've ever heard of.
Listen, Will, if I was going to go...
That's probably because you don't have any children. Probably because you don't have any children, bro.
Out of my way, then I would be going out of my way to remember Zim and Zer and all of these crazy different pronouns. And that's actually not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is just speaking the way that I would speak to everybody and treating everybody the same and equally, because I'm a very respectful person and I like to treat everybody the same and with dignity and based on truth. And if I was going to be going out of my way...
There it is again, with dignity based on truth. And I take the correspondence view of truth, that truth is whatever corresponds to reality. Okay? So that's what he's saying. And I'm sorry, but we all read The Crucible in AP English, where they said, no, I'm not going to confess to this. I didn't do this. And they died for it. Sorry for the spoiler, guys. But that's what these people are saying. It's harmful for me not to tell the truth on a consistent basis. That harms me, and it harms you, is the idea.
If somebody's asking me to use alternate pronouns, that's actually making me go out of my way.
So if someone if you accidentally misgendered somebody and they said, "Oh, I'm a woman, not a man. You misgendered me," are you gonna not respect that, or are you gonna respect that and use the pronouns that they tell you to use?
So, like I've already told you, I'm going to go based on the truth, and if
but how do you know the truth,
then there is
Jake?
no hateful intent there.
But you don't know the truth, Jake.
Well, I do know the truth because you can.
See how the postmodernist just assumes that Jake doesn't know the truth? Because they don't believe that you can know the truth. Because if you can know the truth, that means that truth is solid and objective, that remains true outside of your thinking mind. And the minute he concedes that, the debate is over. So now he's saying, you don't know the truth, Jake.
You can observe what sex somebody is by just looking at them. So
excuse
that's
me?
my truth claim.
Have you never looked at a person?
Yeah, see, this is the problem with this group. Like, excuse me? You could tell a man from a woman? Yes. Yes, I can. I can tell a man from a woman just by looking at them. Yes. The vast majority of trans people are not Blair White. This is... But you can see his postmodernism coming through. You don't have the truth. He just assumes he doesn't have the truth.
You thought was a man or woman and made a mistake? Have you never done that in your whole life? Is that impossible?
It's possible to be tricked.
Alex?
So therefore, truth claim is subjective. Alex.
There it is. There it is. What a ridiculous thing to say. So let me get this straight, bro. Is there any such thing as an objective US dollar? Because we have forgeries and fakes? So because of the existence of fake money, that means no money is real? This is again the logical construct of postmodernism. They have to slaughter the understanding of objective truth, because the minute you concede objective truth, the debate is over. So this guy is saying, you don't know the truth, and you can't know the truth, Jake. Because you can be tricked. So because you can be tricked, that means you can't know what the truth is. Ridiculous argument. I wish those guys would really just table that argument, because it never works. It always backfires. I don't know if these guys are going to be sharp enough to pick up on the contradiction, but holy moly.
Like I said, it's possible to be tricked, right?
So how are you going to know the truth then, Jake?
It's possible to be tricked, and if there was somebody who I literally could not tell if they were a man or woman, and they said to me, "Oh, you got my sex wrong," then I would say, "Okay, sure." I would trust their judgment. But if it's a 6'4" guy with an Adam's apple who comes over and he's got a penis bulge and he says to me, "It's ma'am," I'm not going to respect that. I'm going to say, "No, it's not."
But if they look more like a woman, you would.
What? No. If I think that they're actually, I don't know what you're laughing at, Will. Like, this is actually very simple.
You just contradicted yourself.
If they look like they're actually could be a woman, which is very, very unlikely, then sure. If I actually can't tell, because unlike the rest of the population, Will, you guys are the only ones who seem to be actually confused about this. But on this topic, though, why won't you respect me? Because I've already told you that calling me Lord is actually going to be respectful. But you're
moderator,
unbelievably disrespectful. You haven't me called me Lord once.
Question.
So why won't you give me the
Jake,
same respect?
I've already told you
that. Can I just please let me try something? I don't feel that intent is actually necessary. Okay, so let's say, for example, let's say if your speech empirically causes harm on someone, right, and you didn't intend for it to harm them, right? Do you think that like something like that would still be punished, right? Like from a societal standpoint.
Is it hate speech?
So like a good example is like, let's say if I'm like 15 years old, right? If I was 15 years old and I just don't understand the consequences of my actions, right? I yell fire in a crowded movie theater, 3 people die due to trampling. Right? Do you honestly believe that I hold no culpability to that?
Well, that is illegal. You're not allowed to do that.
Okay, no. So I'm not. No. So here's the thing. Right? I want to sever the concept of legality and morality here, right? I'm saying, like, to you, Alex, right? Do you feel that the person holds some level of culpability there?
I think that's an irrelevant question. Whether
it's really not. I just need you to answer this question.
I'm gonna just hang on.
You could think it's irrelevant. I just need you to answer the question.
If you just take a deep breath, dude, I will answer the questions. I've been answering questions. It's just really hard for me to answer a question when you ask a question and then I start answering in 2 seconds. Like, what about this? Okay, so once again, what I've been saying is that for it to be hate speech, right, it needs to have the intent to cause harm. So for
you're not answering my question.
Misgendering, just be quiet, just for 2 seconds. Misgendering someone could be hate speech if you intend to cause them harm. But if you don't intend to cause them harm, it is not hate speech. Could it still be, from some people's perspective, that even though you didn't intend to cause harm, that causes harm, right? Could it, from some people's perspective, be like you might seem culpable? Yes, but that would not make it hate speech. We're talking about hate speech. We're not talking about like social consequences.
Cool. So I'm asking you again, right? If I was 15 years old, I yelled fire in a crowded movie theater, right? Kills 3 people as a result, right? I'm not talking about legality, right? I'm saying, do you think that 15-year-old ought be held morally culpable for their action?
What does morally culpable mean?
Are they responsible in some way?
According to who?
This is a simple question. Answer the question.
Please, just answer the question. Please pay attention.
It's actually pretty easy though as well. If you want to look at the fire in the movie theater one, is there a fire, First Amender?
What? Yeah, person's suicidal ideation is certainly an instance of that fire. Yes.
No. I'm saying if they're yelling fire, is there a fire? Yes.
Oh, there's not a fire. They're just doing it. Yeah.
So they have malicious intent to actually harm.
Well, they may just think it's fun.
See what he's doing here? I think I know where he's gonna go. That was such a good rebuttal. Holy shit, dude! Why didn't you harp on this instead of the other? So you see what he's saying? He's saying it's hate speech because you said it was fire and it caused harm. It doesn't matter even if you intended to. You didn't intend for 3 people to die, but because of your stupidity, 3 people ended up dying, right? So there's an example of speech. And what this guy's saying is, yeah, but was there a fire, though? And he's going to say no, and then that's going to checkmate him because there's a case to be made that you're literally a man or literally a woman. Like, so that can't... I think that's what he's saying, which is very good angle. I ain't going to lie. That was good.
And they're lying about it as well.
They might just think it's funny, yeah.
Yeah, so if they're lying and they have malicious intent, then yeah, sure, they should be held
sure, yeah.
Right. So then if they lie and with malicious intent to get access to a scholarship, right? Because they're going to destroy all the other girls on the team or all the other female competitors, it's the same logical template, right? What am I missing? But answer the question.
Cool.
That was a brilliant.
You see the point Jake is trying to make? How's it disanalogous?
Right. What you're doing, right? Okay, is that ultimately by not respecting someone's gender, right? What you're doing is that you're discriminating against them based off of their sex orientation. No, it's not, because it's an understandable difference between sex and gender, right? We understand sex and gender are
No, you understand that dichotomy, bro. That is not a universally held principle. It is not the consensus position. And if you look at the UK and you look at the Nordic countries, they're pulling back on even social transitioning children. Now, what's interesting about the UK and Sweden is that they do not have a for-profit healthcare system. So they were never going to get rich off of an eternal patient. But in America, fill in the blanks. We continue.
Different things.
No, you feel that way. You feel like they're
That's not a feeling. Things. I literally showed you the neurobiological responses and how it exists. Okay, so it's not my fifis anymore. Yeah, Stop saying it's fifis. It's not fifis, right? If I can show a physical portion of the brain that physically changes, then yeah, it's not.
I think we're on the same page that it's not about fifis, but I do want to hear from Jake. So go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, I feel like First Amender's going to start shaking some pom-poms or something if he keeps on saying fifis so many times in a row. But yeah, exactly. So,
I mean, I'm sorry, but it is about fifis for the postmodernists, because if you go all the way back to the initial opening statement, he talked about the emotional effect that those words would have. That's the argument. The argument is, if you dead name this person, they're going to jump off of a bridge. So you are making a feelings-based argument.
I mean, if there's no intent there, that's what we're saying. So the fire in the movie theater analogy there was not only very boring, but it was also just not a good analogy, because if you're yelling fire in a movie theater and there's no fire, then you're lying about that and you have malicious intent. But if I am misgendering somebody, I completely reject that you think that there's a difference between sex and gender. So therefore, therefore you think that that's true. I reject that flat out. So I know what you feel, but I feel like it's just me making a truth claim. So if I feel like it's me making a truth claim, because that's what this argument is all about, is about how we feel. If I feel that way, then the intent isn't there, so it's not hate speech. It's actually very simple, First Amendment.
All right, First Amendment, I'll give you the same minute, and then I actually want to go back to William because he hasn't gotten to speak for a long time. First Amendment, if you've got a really pithy, I'll give you like 30 seconds, 45 seconds, like what Jake just had.
Can I ask a question so we can move on from that one?
First Amender, you game?
So if
well, I have a minute, I guess. Like Jake the Snake. The problem is there is a difference between gender and sex. You refuse to acknowledge, Snake. Right? You're not acknowledging that.
Rattlesnake.
Right? I'm showing you the difference. Okay? If you can imagine manly woman and womanly man, what is that incongruence? If gender and sex are the same thing, why can you imagine that in your head?
Sure. So, First Amendment, if there was a fire and the kid yelled,
wow, another
fire,
question? You're going to do another question to answer a question? Wow, amazing. Nice dodge. I do like the dodge. I really wish you would just like go and answer the question.
Do it, Dwayne.
Whenever someone's losing the debate, he just filibusters and he just
shut up, Snake.
It's actually quite annoying. Rattlesnake.
Why don't you actually argue the position?
Let's hear from your pal,
Lord
Jake.
Snake.
I agree, though. He's not really arguing.
Go ahead, Jake.
Lord Snake would be good.
Fucking gross.
So if there was a fire in the movie theater and then the kid yelled fire and then people got trampled, would he then be culpable for that?
No.
First Amender, I'm going to let you out of jail. You ready?
I didn't hear the full hypothetical. One more time.
Yeah, so I know you're confused and you're acting like you didn't hear it, but if there was a fire and then the kid yelled fire and then people got trampled as a result of that, would he be culpable?
Yes.
He would be culpable for
that? What the hell?
So
yeah,
okay, so I mean, subhanAllah, you hear that, Mick? You on your own, nigga. We on a train and shit. They're like, dudes coming through with the guns and shit. I'm out of there. I'm out of here. You on your own. It's 2025 in this bitch. Just leave them to die. Just take care of yourself and let the people burn in the theater, because if you yell fire and some people die on the rush out, it'll be your fault according to this guy. What the hell? This is your brain on postmodernism, bro. I'm sorry. I love him, but good night.
Intent doesn't necessarily, I mean, it can lessen a sentence, but for sure, like, intent doesn't necessarily mean that you're like off the hook just because you don't realize it, right? Like, if you're literally telling somebody like KYS on like YouTube, and then they end up like actually harming themselves, then yeah, you would be culpable. So in this instance, when you're specifically misgendering somebody where you can cause harm on that individual, and I can empirically show that it causes harm on the individual to misgender them, then yeah, what you're doing is that you're basically revoking their very mortality.
I need to talk here. James, because
the reason why it's hate speech is because you're attacking, threatening, or discriminating against them as based on their sexual orientation. Like what you're doing right now? Right? That's the problem.
Stop spurging so other people can talk. So you're saying that if there is a fire, right, and he's making a truth claim,
I hate people who want to revoke human rights. I hate them. I hate them so much. They drive me insane. I really do.
Human rights? Where do human rights come from in a postmodernist understanding? See, this is what I'm talking about. We don't have absolute truths. But then when he talks about human rights, he starts doing a Christian impression. The Founding Father says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and endowed with certain inalienable rights given unto them by their Creator. The Declaration of Independence was initially a theological argument before it was a political one. But here we go. This is where we're at. Little dude on the left is triggered. You know it, Danny.
Not like them, right? And when I hear this, and you arguing this position, it really pisses me off.
Okay, so if there is a fire and he's making the truth claim and he's telling people that there's a fire, and then in the stampede, even though he has done the right thing by telling people there's a fire, then he should be held culpable for the deaths of those people. So just to let everybody in the audience know, if there's ever a fire, guys, don't yell fire.
I didn't hear the part where you said that there's an actual fire. If there is an actual fire, obviously you have to tell people that there's a fire. Can you stop, like, with the personal attacks? I genuinely want to have an actual conversation, right? But when you come in and you just, like, do your stupid, like, oh, Lord, this, Lord. Like, it's fucking idiotic, right? I'm sitting here showing you the empirical. Yeah, because I'm showing the empirical study, and you won't change your opinion. You won't change your argument. You can't adapt. I'm showing you the reality of the situation. And, by the way, there are studies that do show that it empirically causes...
I really wish that this guy would handle this debate with the levity that it deserves. You trolled him, you got him on the gotcha thing. He's completely spinning out, just an emotional wreck. I get it. You made him lose his mind, but this is such an important discussion, and this is not, if I'm a young trans person, I'm not going to be like, oh, I need to rethink this. I'm like, look at this guy.
Harm to deliberately misgender trans people. Yes. So doing that literally causes that harm. You're revoking them based off of their literal identity. It is assumed that when you walk outside and another person identifies you, your identity is taken into account, right? And Lord is not part of your identity. That's stupid.
What's stupid about it?
I hate this.
Tell me what's stupid about it.
This is where Christianity comes in. He says, this is part and parcel to their identity.
This is not the same as gender.
Well, hopefully I'm never in a crowded cinema with you with a fire, First Amender. Hopefully I'm never in that situation.
Yeah, I'm just leaving quietly while you, I don't know.
This might be a good opportunity. William has been very patient man, tremendous patience. William, have you got anything you want to share? I'm going to put you on unmute.
Thank you. So, Jake, Rattlesnake, I wanted to ask you a question, but I don't want to give you the floor, so I'm going to just assume your answer. If we yelled fire in a crowded theater and I hate everyone in the theater and it causes them to get hurt, is that hate speech? I don't think anyone would call that hate speech. Hate speech isn't necessarily about you hating the people you're talking to or you're talking about. Hate speech has to do with the contempt you have for people that you may be talking about. Hate has to do with potentially spreading certain kind of feelings towards other people.
See, these two guys have this is like their fourth or fifth definition of hate speech, and they're always contradicting each other.
People. Hate has to do with marginalizing certain groups, even if you don't necessarily hate them. And that's why I brought up that scenario of if I have a driving urge to convert every single person of every single religion, and I will not acknowledge their existence unless they convert to my religion, and I love them because I want to do that for them. That is really easy to call that hate speech because you are completely denying these people's their validity. You are not acknowledging what they truly believe. You won't.
There it is. You're not acknowledging what they truly believe. So it's hateful because to them, we create, reality is a community project that we all create together. So he's saying, since this person is staking that area of real estate as their reality, you are now duty bound to agree with them. Otherwise, that's hate speech. I'm sorry. That don't work. It doesn't work in any other situation. If I was delusional and thought I was the president of the United States, the loving thing for you to do is cause me some momentary harm and emotional distress so that I don't walk around for the rest of my life believing that I'm Donald Trump.
Let them believe what they want to believe. That is very easily definable as hate speech. Your definition is not the commonly used one. I would not go with,
you lot in here, Will. Are we talking?
This is my one chance, dude. This is my one chance. I got like 2 seconds to talk this whole debate. So give me one moment here. Your definition's messed up, Jake.
Okay, you said a lot there. But
Ryu says the problem with this debate is none of them are trans. You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know none of them are trans. Isn't that what we're all supposed to say? You can't tell the difference, right?
Yeah, we can take it one by one if you want. Or, let me ask you this, Will. Just say, if studies show that it hurts people's feelings to call them fat, but it made society vastly more healthy at the expense of a few fat people, and it reduced all of this harm, would you do it?
That's a very different situation. It really depends on how much harm it's going to give them. Right?
No. If you're talking about harassment of fat people, then no, I don't like that either.
First Amendment, come on.
I was talking to Will.
Okay, so it really depends, right? Have you ever heard of those who walk away from Amalas? It presents this situation of, if it harms one person but it helps everybody else, is it going to be worth it? Well, it might depend, right? How much are you harming these people? Are you harming them to the point of unaliving themselves?
Okay.
Maybe it's not worth it, right? It depends. It's not that simple.
Just to let you know again, the studies show that if you call a few of these people fat, it makes society vastly more healthy. So if you're looking at it from the utility points in the direction that calling these people fat reduces harm greatly.
You haven't described how much harm it's done to the people. You haven't described it. If it causes them
towards... There's no study that shows that.
No, but the hypothetical, you haven't described how much harm it's done to those individuals. If it's going to drive them to, harming themselves, then maybe it's not worth it. If it's, it just makes them hurts their feelings for a few seconds, then it makes everyone happy, then maybe it is worth it. It really depends. How severe is the harm? You're not specifying because that would introduce nuance, and you don't want to acknowledge that.
What do you mean I don't want to acknowledge that? I'm just asking you a pretty simple question.
No, it was a brilliant question, and your answer was a non-answer, bro. It was a brilliant question. He's saying, if I have a study that shows that calling somebody fat is going to embarrass them into healthy eating and exercise, then that's one of the reasons we need quote-unquote hate speech. The speech is making the fat person uncomfortable, but it could also save their life. I was talking to one of my kids about TikTok, and, sometimes we have conspiracy conversations, and I'm like, I truly believe that there's some nefarious government. I don't know if you guys know about this, but like the whole body positivity, the fat acceptance movement, the health at any size movement, like there's literally, I was watching it all through TikTok, and it's actually pretty crazy because, you know, you Tess Holliday's like a plus size model, but she's like morbidly obese. And so like these people on TikTok, they're talking this is like their religion. Being fat is their religion. And they get mad when a fat person becomes skinny. Like they start working out and shit. They hate that. So they and by the way, the same thing that LGBT trans people do, where they try to like, you know, jump onto the civil rights movement, hatch onto the, you know, Malcolm's, whatever. They were doing the same thing. They're like, we're discriminated. And they even say words like straight sized, you know, like gay or straight. They'll say straight sized. That's like a conventionally skinny woman, right? So the fat acceptance people are all over this. They would absolutely say, yup, it's hate speech to call me fat. The other thing about them, though, is that a lot of them are dying. Like, literally keeling over and dying. So there's that. And that's the point. Like, you might not like the fact that somebody called you fat and gave you all this emotional duress, but those people who die, I mean, these are YouTube, TikTok creators that died literally because of how fat they are. That person had a bunch of enemies around him, kissing him on the face. You know what I mean by kissing him on the face? The Bible says the wounds of a friend can be trusted, but an enemy multiplies kisses. This guy right here, because he's got no grounding in any absolute truth, he's all over the place. He's got a beautiful heart. You can tell that these two brothers got a beautiful heart because they're advocating for people who are... I don't believe anybody here is trans. We can't know, according to the current orthodoxy, but the first two guys, the guys that are debating, who are losing, they got good hearts. Like, you could tell they're advocating for people. But the Bible says you have to combine zeal with knowledge. And the fact of the matter is, the fat acceptance movement is killing people. And if you listen to these people tell it, it is a hate crime for them to be called fat. It did make them want to kill themselves. And they do. And on top of killing themselves, they also develop eating disorders. So it's extremely harmful to them to be called fat. It's even more harmful of them to be fat. So the way you escaped out of that argument doesn't really help you that much.
Make society much, much more healthy. And then you're trying to say here, well, then the extent to which it could hurt the people who are fat. No, I'm saying for a very, very small few people, it hurts their feelings. But for society, it makes society a lot more healthy. Would you do it?
You haven't read Those Who Walk Away from Amala. So if there was one child in one basement somewhere and you're torturing him 24/7, but it makes the entire city perfectly wonderful and healthy, is that worth it, utility-wise?
Why don't you answer my question instead? Why don't you answer my question?
It's proving the point that the nuance, you're not presenting the nuance.
Yeah, but you're talking about them torturing a kid and waterboarding him and shit. That's not what he's saying. He's just saying the objective fact that, hey, you're morbidly obese. That's not. You're trying to make a correlation between a doctor stating a fact to his patient versus us kidnapping a 6-year-old and putting him in a basement and torturing him. Like, you really think that you tell a grown woman that she's fat, that's equivalent to torturing a 6-year-old in a basement. Man, you better stop. You better stop.
Right, you're not showing how much nuance there is. How much is it harming the people, right? Jake, answer me. That you presented the hypothetical. How much is it harming them?
Man, go watch that shit. I stopped because it's just too emotional. These girls were, I'm going to be alone forever. Nobody loves me. Blah, blah, blah. They're under serious, serious duress. And I guarantee you those girls are probably killing themselves at a clip quicker than y'all. We continue.
How much is it harming who? The fatties?
Yes.
Yeah, it makes them feel sad.
How much?
It makes them feel really, really sad, okay? Like depressed.
To the point.
So you see, like, the different value system? This kid is asking, what is the emotional ramification as to whether or not I'm going to call this hate speech? This guy is saying, what does that matter? Is it or isn't it? It's so crazy to look at it. Like, they're going back and forth, but they're arguing from their worldviews, and they're missing each other, and I don't think they'll ever be able to reconcile it.
Get out of bed. They can't get out of bed, but then millions of people
ruin their
are more
life?
healthy.
Like, it might ruin their life?
Yeah. For this small amount of people, it ruins their life. But for the vast majority of society, they're much more healthy.
That's a good moral dilemma.
More sunlight. Right. They're exercising. Their family lives are better. Their work lives are better.
I don't want to
abandon because they're not fat.
I don't want to abandon a few people. Right? I'm not going to abandon them. And I think we can take those few people and we can all become healthy together. How about that, Jake? I don't think we need to sacrifice those few to save the many.
Sunshine and rainbows.
God bless you, bro. God bless you. But that right there, I'm telling you, go check it out yourself. The health at any size people would destroy you for saying that, bro. That's a slur to them, literally. They literally think the term healthy is a slur. I saw a 20-minute video on it. They're like, oh, this is about white heteronormativity, blah, 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 blah.
John Lennon's Imagine, all sitting around.
It's called working together, Jake. It's called working together and trying to build a better future.
Is what it's called.
It's building a better future. Well, no, it's you not liking the answer to the question, Jake, because you don't want to acknowledge the nuance that reality has in these complicated situations. And if you're
but your nuance was off, bro. Like, nobody's talking about torturing these women in these basements. And these are grown women, bro.
If you disregard, people's personal identities, it is considered hate speech in most contexts, and just because you want to make your own definition of hate speech says you have to hate the individual if you want to commit hate speech. That's not how most people define the word, and
I think you'll find it.
There it is, and there's the contradiction again in postmodernism. You are defining the word different from me. I don't really believe there's an ultimate truth, but I'm going to play like there's an ultimate truth in this particular situation because it helps my argument, and the wheels always fall off with this guy. These people, it's not just him. Good Lord.
I think you'll find it is. I think that you'll find that intent is actually very important, and whatever's in somebody's heart is actually very important when it comes to hate speech. If you're making a truth claim, however, then that's very different. That's just what you guys haven't been able to contend with tonight. I was actually expecting better tonight, but oh well.
Why can't you make a truth claim and also not misgender them, Jake?
Because then you wouldn't be making the truth claim, Will.
No, of course you can't. You can use non-gendered language, Jake. I've said that to you 10 times and you don't listen. And that's okay. You don't want to listen because you don't want to admit the reality of the situation. You can use they, them pronouns. You can call them by their name. Very simple, very basic. You can.
Danny Trujillo is right. On the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne the God, an obese lady was recently on and said fat was a slur and kept calling it the F word. I'm telling you, go watch these channels, bro. You'd have thought that one of these white girls was about to bust out with "We Shall Overcome" and shit. They're talking about like all the discrimination and hate they face and all type of shit. This one lady was mad because I forgot, Urban Outfitters or something didn't have like a super fat size or whatnot. They called that discrimination. They said paying for 2 seats in an airplane is discrimination and cruel and unusual. I mean, I'm sorry, but you can't tell them fat acceptance people nothing. You wrong on that one, my boy.
Accept these people into your society and not have to feel like you're lying to.
Should a person who encouraged another's obesity as body positivity be held accountable if that person harms himself? Well, they're actively harming themselves. That's the issue. It's like, it's not, there's no debate. Like, if you just eat bacon all day and do not exercise, like, you're going to fucking die. You're going to contract heart disease. It's going to be over for you. So it's like, the action of telling that fat person the truth is the only way to love them before they die. But now what ended up happening is now you're on TikTok, and instead of the people in your real life who really see you and have to deal with you having influence over you, now you could talk to people and you fit in this little screen and they're all telling you you're all good and all the rest of it. They're actually harming you.
Yourself or whatever thing your mental gymnastics you're doing.
I mean,
you can do
that.
Respect them. You can respect. I've answered it, and you just don't want to listen to it. You don't want to listen. That's another one.
No, you actually didn't answer.
You don't want to listen. You don't want to acknowledge the nuance. So there are so many more people who are going to be harmed by misgendering people, and you don't want to acknowledge those harms. And
there are so many more people who are going to be harmed. Didn't I just give you a hypothetical where a lot more people were going to have their harm reduced if you called people fat, but you wouldn't do it?
Yes, harm isn't a binary, right? Harm is a spectrum. It's how much you're harmed. It's not are you harmed or are you not harmed.
Tell me the spectrum of harm.
When you get away from objectivism and you go with subjectivism, you get reduced to this nonsense. Harm is on a scale. Tell me what the harm... Who experiences any of this stuff at the same rate? Ridiculous. I broke 3 of my ribs, scraped up my lungs, hairline fracture in my left, I don't know what they call that thing. And then I had to run as fast and as hard as I could for a mile after that. Okay? It was difficult. But it had to be done. Otherwise, y'all want to see me over here. But, like, what are we doing here? You get... God, man, what is going on with these people, bruh?
Hindering people, and you don't want to acknowledge those harms. And
there are so many more people who are going to be harmed. Didn't I just give you a hypothetical where a lot more people were going to have their harm reduced if?
Yeah. So, like, I was pretty fucked up, and it wasn't until I went into medical when they're like, "Oh, you've got 3 broken ribs and one of them is stabbing your lung. That's why you can't aspirate the way that you wanted to." My O2 was down like crazy. I'm like, "What the fuck?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, you've got a hairline fracture at the top of your thing." And she's like, "What the hell did you do?" And I was like, "Well, fell down some stairs, and I had to go out the next day. We had to go out the next day, and everybody's like, "Oh man, your pain tolerance, blah 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 blah." When we're talking about harm, there's so many things that go into pain and how you respond to pain. If I was playing basketball in America with my family and I hurt my ankle, I'd have probably been like, "Ah, shit, I got a hairline fracture, I'm out of here." But I wasn't there. I was in a different situation. And so because of the different situation I was in, I was able to run full speed with a fucking 60-pound thing on, fucking broken ribs, all the rest of it. Like, that was one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. But considering the context, you wouldn't have thought that I was harmed. But I was seriously injured. So, like, to judge what actual harm is by the subjective feelings of the person is just a horrible way to create case law for a country full of 330 million fucking people. Do you understand? How the hell would you legislate that? That's why, if you read the legalese, it's got all these qualifications and shit like that. The shit is not as simple as this guy's trying to make it out to be. Everybody has different degrees of pain tolerance. If you come up to me and call me a nigger, it doesn't affect me. My first introduction to the word, I just came to the country, I said, "Mom, what's a nigger?" She said, "It's just what white people say when they're scared of you. Don't let it trouble you." And it's never troubled me, not one time. So I can tolerate that, but another person can't tolerate that. My point is, pain is subjective, and pain and harm are based on so many ancillary and secondary and tertiary factors that to try to derive case law out of something like that would be a nightmare. You'd never get a court date. It just, Some of this is people not understanding how law works and things like that, but we continue.
You called people fat, but you wouldn't do it?
Yes, harm isn't a binary, right? Harm is a spectrum. It's how much you're harmed. It's not are you harmed or are you not harmed.
Tell me the spectrum of harm.
Well, you could, like you said, you could feel bad for a moment. You could feel bad for the rest of your life. You could feel so bad that you want to stop existing on this world, right? Those are not the same equivalences of sadness. You would agree, obviously, Jake.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so there's a spectrum of sadness. So when you consider that spectrum, and you have to consider, okay, how much harm am I putting on this one person versus how much harm am I putting on the other people? If just because it's a small number of people doesn't mean it's going to win, because the amount of harm you can put on them is far more severe. So you'd say that the ultimate harm is
death, right? If it is death. If this person unalives themselves, that would be the ultimate form of harm, right?
Maybe they could consider it.
So then
maybe
the whole population.
Maybe them being dead could be the ultimate form of harm. Do you know why he said maybe? Because death is an objective moment in time. You either are, you aren't. But remember, harm for him is your subjective emotion. There's no subjective emotion in a dead person. So he says maybe because he's got to keep the category open to work with feelings because he's postmodern. Do you see these guys are talking past each other? This is not about transgender. This debate is not about transgenderism. It is about modernism and truth versus postmodernism and the inability for us to grasp or apply the truth. That's what's going on in this debate. I broke 7 ribs chasing a whooping bird. Yeah. I broke 3. Well, she said it was cracked. I don't know what it was, but it turned around and went inside and punctured my lung. And the bone basically broke off in it. And so it was like acting like a plug, if that makes any sense. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. I was like, I'm going to have to go. I got to tell the guys. I'm going to go under the knife, blah, blah, blah. She's like, well, when you get back home, you can, or they're going to fly me out to Germany. And obviously, but yeah, man, watch out for them steps, bruh. The point of that analogy was just to simply say that everybody has different degrees of pain tolerance, and this would be believe me, I was fucking harmed, okay? I was harmed. And I don't think that I have supernatural pain tolerance either. There are some injectables, and there was also just straight up adrenaline, and I didn't want to die. I got kids and shit and that I needed to get home for, and I was going to go home. But the point here is that you cannot generate laws based on how people feel, because everybody will then be arrested. That's why I'm against all hate speech or hate crimes, whatever. When my dudes went up to hit somebody, like, we hated them. When they died, we laughed at them. I'm telling you, we hated. I know what hate feels like. Trust me. We didn't care. So this is insane to me.
Is much less healthy, which means much more death. Life expectancy is going down. People have terminal illnesses, and you won't call someone fat to avoid that. Look at all this.
We provide them what they need in order to maintain a healthier lifestyle.
But this guy doesn't understand. Go to TikTok. I should have probably downloaded. I should have downloaded this. It's not that simple, bro. I'm telling you, they believe that the term healthy is one of the slurs that triggers them. I watched this girl cry for like 13 minutes because her doctor was saying that she wasn't healthy because she was so large. It's not as simple as this guy thinks it is. These people are running around calling it slurs, all type of shit. And again, there's a direct correlation between the way they argue and the way they argue. Because what's happening in the fat acceptance movement, you have doctors, okay, and you have specialists, you have nutritionists who've devoted their entire life to this discipline. There is consensus that the BMI, while it is not 100,000% accurate for all people, it's pretty damn close. And if you're 5'3", you should not be 575 pounds. You're gonna fucking die. But there are literally people and doctors who Google health at any size. It's called the Haas movement. Google it. When you say healthy, that's a giant red flag for them. I wish this guy would spend some time with me on TikTok. One of these days, I'm going to take some of my interlocutors and take them to TikTok and see what happens. We can continue.
Right? But we don't go out of our way to harass somebody for being fat. Well, you understand the difference, right? When you're specifically misgendering somebody and they're asking you to not...
I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm really giving you guys a view into how I raise my sons. Me and Shori were staking out Florida before we did our final move. So I hadn't seen Johan in like months. So he finally came down, and because we were gone, he got a little bit depressed. And he came over, and I said, shit, boy, you fat as hell. I said, what happened to you, nigga? You just sitting down there? He's like, I'm like, nigga, we're going to the beach right now. Let's go. We're going to do some suicides on this beach, nigga. You can't be doing this shit. You one of my kids, you out here looking like that? All the white people. Poor Shori. She was looking at me like, It had to be done. Now, he's wonderful. He's fit. He's out. He looks beautiful. You know, the girls, you know. Hell yeah. I berated him for being fat. I did. So you fat as hell. What are you doing? And it's funny because we had a conversation like 2 or 3 days ago. He said he needed it, and he's happy, you know, and he loves the way his body is now. You know, his job, it takes him 45 to and from, and he's scooting or he's riding, and so he's just getting that cardio in there. A lot of these conversations, like I said, get solved once you start having kids, man. That dude knows I love him unconditionally, but the world doesn't love him unconditionally. And he's not going to be living with me his whole life. He's going to be living out in the world. So I got to train him for the world, not for how I feel.
Misgender them. You're deliberately going out of your way to harass them. You are literally impacting and creating hate speech by propagating.
They call that hate speech. One of them were talking about how hateful her doctor is. Shout out to Random Matt, by the way. Went from over 400 pounds down to the lowest as an adult at 219. The miracles of diabetes. Hey, man, make sure you're checked up on your diabetes. My friend just died over that shit. She was in fucking Cambodia, and I told Shorty, like, yo, let me give you some money and get you back to America, bro. She wouldn't take it because she's like a hardcore feminist. So she wouldn't take the money. And then she had a best friend, and he was trying to help her too, wouldn't take the money. I'm like, damn, nigga's gay. Like, doesn't that count? Nope. And she went and died over there. So don't fuck around with your insulin, man. I'm telling you. Shout out to our healthcare. I can't even talk about it right now. It's killing me. It's killing me. Losing people in fucking diabetes. I'm not doing good with that one, y'all. I ain't gonna lie to y'all.
Yes.
Oh, First Amender answered the question less than Will. I didn't think that was possible.
As Jerry Springer would say, if we want to draw together the threads of this, any final thoughts from anybody? Jake? 30 seconds each.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think that Fogel is actually one of the most hateful people I have ever met. We have seen a genuine meltdown tonight, which has not only been very entertaining, but just the absolute hypocrisy that we have seen in this debate is unbelievable. Basically, what Fogel thinks is that hate speech is okay when Fogel does it. Basically, just on his own preferences. If Fogel thinks it's okay to be hateful, then you can be hateful. And that's how we can define hate speech, because he's been extremely hateful tonight. And I think that the whole entire...
Holy shit, I gotta interrupt this. Raging Ryu as well. I was nearly 500 at 6'4", dropped down to 350, then was diagnosed with diabetes. Man, you guys, that shit is not easy to do, y'all. That shit is not easy to do. Like, I had to stop that to give y'all your props, man. You know, the older I get, the more people I lose, man. Like, you guys got to start really, really focusing on your health, y'all, for real. So yeah, shout out to y'all. I'm very, very, very proud and happy. Not that anybody cares about me being proud of them, but it you know, I just wish I could have had one more talk with my homie, man. I just respected her so much, man. She wanted to do it herself. She was a real, like, she was a feminist separatist, you know, like...
chat and the entire audience can see that. So basically, what it comes down to is whatever Fogel thinks is hateful is hateful. So I reject that, Fogel.
Wrongful Rage says, shocker, misgendering is not hate speech. If you disregard religious people by telling them God isn't real, are you committing hate speech? Or are you merely projecting your worldview upon them?
Oh, that's a good one. Right. Because if you say you don't believe in God, and then you got into a car accident, it would fuck me up for 2 years because I would believe that you were in hell. Like, that literally happened to me. A couple of people I worked with died in car accidents, and I don't feel very good about where they're going, considering the circumstances in which they died. So, like, I was fucked up. That was the end of Christmas for me, because Mike Knorr's dad had to go fucking identify him at Christmas Eve. So your rejection of the gospel causes me literal, serious, emotional... Is it hate speech for you to reject the gospel? Ridiculous!
I mean...
Yeah, Danny, I love Shorty, bro. I just love the fact that she was so independent, man. Like, there are very few people who, like, hold to a position and, like, stand behind it. You know? I mean, she ended up dying over that shit. I don't, you know, if I could have talked to her again and said, look, this is the future, I'm sure she would have took the money, but everything happens for a reason, I guess. But damn, man, that shit hurt. Bad.
Saying God isn't real, I don't believe it's hate speech, because I don't believe that it's like your very identity. However, I think like if I'm
amazing. I don't think it's hate speech because I don't think it's your identity. I am sorry, Mr. Atheist. Literally, God is the center of everything about my identity, bro. The first thing that we tell these street people when they're all fucked up and the suburban white people don't like them anymore, and the suburban black people, we came in there and told them homeless people and them street people and them people who stole from their mothers so they could buy drugs with it, we told them that they were image bearers of God, that nothing that these people try to identify them as could stick to them. You're not a bum, you're not a drunk, you're not a prostitute, you're not this, you're not that. You are the image of God on the earth. And a lot of the work that I was doing to turn those people around was simply harping on that concept. Get your identity away from all these other things that can change or are held hostage by culture. So the culture changes, and what you identify as can be celebrated one minute and destroyed in the next. Welcome to being black in America, where somebody will listen to the music that your people came out with and at the same time be racist as fuck. That's how it goes. Good night.
Into a church or whatever, or like people just believe in that really heavily, or say for example, if like, you know, say like if they were in a precarious situation as like a drug user or something, and like proclaiming to them that God doesn't exist, it could absolutely be hateful. Sure.
Should you go to prison?
You're making a truth claim, First Amender. Is that what you're saying? Even though it hurts the person, you're making a truth claim, so it's not hate speech. Is that what you're saying?
Well, God doesn't exist. It's true that God does not exist, but I mean, so regardless of the fact, I would still treat them with respect.
So you're making
but you're making a truth claim. And I commend this kid, because when I was out there scoping for atheists to debate, none of them would say that. They would not say God isn't real, because modern atheists don't want to make positive claims because they're too lazy. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. Modern atheists are too lazy to actually do the hard reading of the Bertrand Russells and the Nietzsches of the world. They want to sit and listen to a Sam Harris 30-minute thingamajig, and now they're all experts all over the place. So I'm glad that he had the stones to say there is no God. That's a fact. Of course, the minute that you say definitively that there's no God, you are claiming to be God. Because one of the aspects of God is omniscience. And here's a guy who's telling us we haven't even figured out all the life under our own ocean, which we've been hanging out here for a couple 100,000 years. We haven't even figured life out in the ocean. But this guy knows so much about the universe as to know that God is not real. Unbelievable. But when you don't believe in God, you don't have an objective standard for truth, and then you get this nonsense.
Next question. Blake says, question for the yes side. If someone is a pedo and gets suicidal, if they can't touch the little ones, do we allow them to touch the little ones to curb
No,
their
you're harming children.
thoughts? Huh?
No, you're harming children. You're harming children.
The harm that results, I think the question should be rephrased. Are we allowed to call them pedo?
The harm that results from letting them do that far outweighs the harm that you would cause by calling them a name they don't like or whatever.
Let me just rephrase it and say we're not talking about.
I hate to tell you guys this, but John Money and the leaders of the transgender movement argued the opposite. They argued that little children could feel sexual pleasure and should feel sexual pleasure from adults. That's a fact. If there's any trans individual that wants to test me on this, do it. Let's have a debate. All the early thinkers of that movement absolutely we're saying this stuff. This is the problem with very young people. They make assumptions about everything, and they don't research very much. I agree with what he's saying, but the people that he's advocating for, their forefathers said the exact opposite. And because he's a postmodern, he has no objective standard by which to judge these things. They're all just based on his whims.
Touch, obviously everyone agrees you wouldn't, but what about just calling them pedo? Even that caused them massive suicidal thoughts.
Right.
But just
calling. I mean, I'll share it with you guys. But there was a dude on the sex offender registry at that church that we're doing in the downtown area. And at the time, I was the only one with like kids. And so the minute the street folks saw that dude, they pulled me aside and said, that fucking guy's on the registry. Right? This is one of the benefits of when you go into a place, don't come in as the savior, come in as a consultant. Say, we're going to do this, this, and this, and you guys are going to have to tell me how to serve your people and save your city. So when we empowered them, they would come up to us. If somebody was on the list, they'd get out of there. Now listen, if it's like you peed outside in public, okay, that'll get you put on like the registry for like 6 to 12 months, something like that. We look the other way. This particular individual, he had done like the worst possible thing to a girl that was like, you know, the girl's like 16, but she looks 25. This girl was like 12. Jumped in through the window, all type of shit, right? So I went up to him and I said, look, bro. And I hate those people. I hate them. Like, I hate them. But God's like, what are you going to do? So I went over there and I said, look, bro. I put on my fake Christian face and I said, we will, can't let you be here because you're on the registry and there's no children's spot and there's no way I can keep the kids safe. But what I'm going to do is we'll go to your apartment and Kyle will show up, you know, he'll play guitar and I will Bible study the hell out of everything and give you the best Bible study I possibly can. We can do that at your place, and hell, bring your pedo friends. Because they all have to stick together because nobody likes them. Even the city people didn't like them. We've had to defend some of these people. City people were about to jam them up. And one of them got... Anyway. So many stories. And he started talking crazy, saying all types of crazy shit. We're discriminating against him. We're judging him. We're religious hypocrites. Blah, blah, blah. He was under a lot of emotional duress. And he kept coming over there. One time, Sori got hurt. We were playing basketball, and some dude fucked up her. It was an ACL or something like that. And so I had to be away from everybody because I took Shorty to the hospital and whatnot. While I was at the hospital, this guy shows up again, even though I told him not to. And he followed one of the guys with his wife. He followed them to the car to intimidate them. I was so angry at the dude. I'm like, first of all, this guy would carry guns into our church because he was... I'm like, man...
Not the pedophile.
Not the pedo, the guy that was... And then his wife was there and, like, terrified. So he's telling me this story, and I'm sitting there like, man, I want to slap the shit out this boy. Not the pedo, but you. Like, how could you let that happen? So anyway, I'm driving with one of my friends on another Sunday, and there's that guy again. So before the car stopped, I took off. And my buddy was like, no, Vin, no! And I talked to him and convinced him never to come over there again. Right? But my point is, he was extremely angry and hurt that we called him a pedo. And yada, yada, yada. He was extremely hurt about that. I caused that boy a lot of emotional duress. Okay? And if he would have showed up, I told him, I said, don't ever come back here again, man. Ever in your life. And he listened. And if he didn't listen,
pedo.
So my point is, yeah, when pedos get called pedos, they get very angry and hurt and upset. It causes them a lot of emotional duress. and the damage has already been done to the kid. So I guess we shouldn't call pedos because it hurts their feelings. That's hate speech.
Which is what they are.
And if you're doing it to a point that they want suicidal ideation, then
I mean,
maybe
you kind of
should
have
stop.
to identify them in order for them to not cause harm in the future. Like, I don't. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Be nice.
It's you're talking about a group of people where they're physically causing harm to people, but like if you're talking about like, oh, like should it be easier for someone to come out as a pedo and then like allow for easier rehabilitative processes so that way less kids get harmed? Absolutely. Like,
yeah, my brother was like that. He worked on rehabbing those people, and then after 3 years, he decided he was gonna go federal and then go after him. He sometimes he'll send me a text to a newspaper clipping. I'll look in there. Dude kidnapped some girl in a hotel, and they went in there on a stack and blasted the fuck out that guy. I said, yeah, nigga, good. My brother's a meat shield too. You know? Like, that's the way of our family, man. Like I always get like, yo, man, you ain't got to do that all the time. But you know how that shit go.
Quickly, First Amendment. So you're saying that you should do it, actually, because if you shame them to a certain extent, then they will be less likely to perpetrate what they're doing, which is harmful to society?
That, I don't think that's true.
But that's what you just said, though. You said that you
No,
should,
that's not what I just said.
You said that you should
right,
be able
listen to
call
what
them
I
that
say.
because you said that you should be able to call them that because if you call them that, then they won't do what they were doing.
That's not what I said. I didn't say that at all.
Well, let's
okay,
rewind
so you think
it.
that you shouldn't
I don't
kids
remember
get harmed?
him saying
Absolutely.
that.
And if you're doing it to a point that they want suicidal ideation, then
I mean,
maybe
you kind of
should
have
stop.
to identify them in order for them to not cause harm in the future. Like, I don't.
Yeah, you have to identify them in order for them to not cause harm in the future. He didn't say anything about embarrassing them. He said identify them.
Yeah,
be
I'm
nice
sorry.
be nice.
It's you're talking about a group of people where they're physically causing harm to people, but like if you're talking about like, oh, like should it be easier for someone to come out as a pedo and then like allow for easier rehabilitative processes so that way less kids get harmed? Absolutely. Like,
so just quickly, First Amendment. So you're saying that you should do it, actually, because if you shame them to a certain extent, then they will be less likely to perpetrate what they're doing, which is harmful to society?
That, I don't think that's true.
But that's what you just said, though. You said that
No.
That's not what he said. But since postmoderns base everything on their feelings, he doesn't understand the value of shame in a culture. Most of our mores in a culture are carrots or sticks, right? Sticks for bad behavior, carrots for good behavior, and the society will come around and collectively weed out the behaviors that they don't like, and that comes through in mockery. It's a societal deterrent. It is not something that I want my kids or people I love to engage in, but it is something that just happens. And again, you don't have to be a Christian to understand this. You can say that this is a selection pressure that made humans have to invent things like shame and things of that nature to propagate the DNA strand. See what I'm saying? There's a lot of ways around it, but I mean, that's one of the issues with postmoderns. Because they determine truth by how they feel, anything that makes them feel bad has got to go, because then that becomes the entire reality. You saw here, he's saying you're basing your entire orientation on gender dysphoria. My entire orientation is not as a man, it's not as a black man, it's not as an American, even though I love being all three of those. It's image bearer of God, man. That's something nobody can take from me because nobody gave it to me but God.
Well, that's not what I just said.
You said that you should
right,
be able
listen
to
to
call
what
them
I
that
say.
because you said that you should be able to call them that because if you call them that, then they won't do what they were doing.
That's not what I said. I didn't say that at all.
Okay, so you think that you shouldn't be able to call them a pedo then, if it hurts them?
What? I mean, if you're talking about somebody who just like got out of prison or whatever, right, and is trying to like get their life, going out of your way to call them like a pedo in order to like get
my brother, I can tell he's never done downtown ministry. Everybody, when they get out of prison, bruh, is gonna start a new life and all type of shit. Everybody says that. What are we talking about here?
to lose their job is horrendous. Yeah, that's a terrible action. Like, I believe that, I mean, unless if, I don't know, is there kids involved though? Like, are they working at a daycare? Then yeah, I would not consider that to be harmful, right? I'm mitigating the harm here is kind of my point.
Mitigating the harm to the pedos, okay.
To people in general, overall, society.
This is the way the culture's going.
This one from Retro Royster Gaming says, why are these soy boys getting so worked up defending men wearing dresses?
Yeah, because I'm not talking about men wearing dresses. I'm talking about people's very identity and revoking that identity. It is assumed that when you walk outside...
It is a mistake to make your sexual orientation or your gender identity the core of who you are as a person. Straight people don't do that. Cis people don't do that. Because it is not inherent to you. When you were a blastocyst, and then you became a zygote, and then you became a fetus, and then you won the lottery and made it safely out of the birth canal in America, there are attributes that you have. You cannot, at that moment, be a father or a mother. There's a lot of things that you can't do. All you can do is lay there. He's an image bearer of God, though. And that's why he's valuable. He's not valuable because of how he feels. And he's not valuable because other people think he's valuable. He's valuable because he's in the image of the most valuable object and person in the universe. And again, dear listener, I would commend that to you. Because if you don't have that, you're going to locate your identity in something dumb, like a baseball team, a football team, the military, the country. All those things can fail you, and all those things you can betray. All those things can be taken from you. Your freedom can be taken away from you. Your citizenship can be taken away from you. Your manhood can be taken away from you. There's a lot of things that can be taken away from you. But the image of God cannot be taken from you. I would commend that to you. Whatever you're staking your identity on, if it's not God, it's over with. What do they say in the old school? One life soon it shall be past. Only the things done for Christ will last. We continue.
That your identity is respected, and so I would like to be treated how others would treat me. So it's the same situation. Like, I just treat them with respect.
You keep on using this word revoking First Amendment, and that's absurd.
Yeah, you're revoking human rights by denying people their identity.
If you believe that is your identity, like I believe that I'm a lord, if somebody doesn't call me a lord, I'm still going to be a lord, right?
I've already showed you empirically how that's not the case and how they're disanalogous. Stop doubling down on the dumb argument, and that you provide no rebuttal. I gave you the argument. You just refuse to acknowledge it.
Jake, the broken record. Jake, the jukebox.
We'll jump in.
Jake, that wasn't very good, Will. That wasn't very good.
What an appropriate
Come up with new material, Jake.
Snake.
You guys need to come up with an argument.
Slimy,
come up with an argument, and then I'll
crawling down his fucking belly.
Snake is someone that betrays someone. I don't really see any betrayal.
Man, this kid is
mad,
this
one
bro.
Made by Jim Bob says, First Amender. Is it hate speech if the neurologist tells someone they have a trans brain if they don't experience having a trans brain?
That's fair. It is not transphobic, because now we can then exhibit the difference between an internal gender characteristics to what can be observed externally. Obviously, there's multitude of factors, not just like this specific portion in a person's brain, right? Gender is complex, and there's a lot of different factors that go into it, right? It could be an endocrinological response. It can happen as early as, even before birth. These endocrinological responses, there can be societal factors that are involved. It's complex. Gender is complex.
So your brain study, it doesn't matter then, First Amender? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Because it's complex, then therefore, brain study no matter. What a dumb thing to say.
I love it how every time you get absolutely destroyed, First Amender, you just get grumpy and you just say, "Oh, that's really
because
stupid."
It's idiotic. It's a dumb thing to say.
Refuted, and then
yes,
you say,
it's
"That's
dumb. It's dumb. It's a very dumb thing." Yes.
Wow,
yes.
high tier stuff.
Yep, it's very high tier. Yeah, about as high tier as you.
This one from Cole Marshall. This one from Retro Royster Gaming says, made by Jim Bob, can, quote, a cis woman identify as a trans woman? Get Christo to call in.
This is a fundamental misunderstanding of what cis woman means. It literally means that you have the same gender as your sex.
These are dumb
so
questions.
If you're a trans woman, then you would not be cis anymore. So yeah.
And I don't identify as cis, actually. So First Amendment, is it hate speech if you call me a cis male and I don't identify
It just means your gender aligns with your sex. You are cis.
No, I reject that. So is that hate speech? Because that's not my identity.
It's just the terminology that is used regarding specific...
Yeah, I respect...
What's the terminology used for a person that's born with a penis, Chris? The hypocrisy... He really doesn't see it. He really doesn't see it. It was really interesting, too, because when Elon said that cis was a slur, I shot a video on it. People were arguing with me about it. And it's like, it's mind-boggling. You guys are coming up with all this crazy shit people got to do. And all the people say is, don't call me cis. And you can't give them that. And you're like, you shouldn't be offended by it. And this is where I say, only a white person can say that. Only a white male can say you shouldn't be offended at something after you just made all these rules for other people about hate speech, all the rest of it. Now here come these women and they're telling you, I don't like this shit. I don't like the term cis. Just call me a woman. No, you shouldn't be bad about it. Okay. She ain't gonna say a word to you, but she's gonna talk in that ballot box. I promise you.
Neurobiological response.
What's your gender, Jake? What's your gender?
My sex is I'm a male.
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah,
oh, look, you don't understand what gender is. What a shocker.
Yeah, he doesn't understand it. Yeah,
I'm a male and I'm a man.
Sex is different from gender.
There you go, Will. I'm a man.
So you know the
good
difference.
one.
Sex is different from gender in certain schools of thought. There is no scientific consensus that agrees with that.
They can they can imagine the difference between manly woman and womanly man. They can immediately know what that is. But if they didn't understand the difference between sex and gender, then it would be equivalent to me saying hot cold. But you can imagine womanly man and you can imagine manly woman. So what is that incongruence?
Well,
oh no, Wackator, you're wrong. Race has a lot to do with it. That's why there are very few prominent black trans activists, because black people can't get away with telling people what they should and shouldn't feel like. It has a lot to do with it. All the major players in this movement are all white men, originally. And that's why they go through the world telling people how to call them, and that's why they get offended and destroy shops and shit like that. You remember the it's ma'am person? You think if it was a 6'4" black dude that was sitting there fucking up GameStop that he'd be allowed to do that? Sorry, race has a lot to do with it. And no, I'm not going to stop bringing it up. We continue.
What do you call that incongruence?
A womanly man is observable, and I know a womanly man when I see one.
Yeah, so
this still a man,
something doesn't align with their typical sex, right?
I know.
What is that something?
I don't know. You tell me, First Amender. Is it a micropenis?
It's called gender. Well, I'm sorry.
How many fingers do
snake? You gross.
Don't be so angry at your partner.
First Amender, how many fingers do humans have?
I hate them.
I know you do.
That's actually good. Hate speech. It's hilarious.
Yes, this is hate speech.
I love this guy.
How many fingers do humans have?
I'm willing to admit when I'm being hateful.
How many fingers do humans have?
McLovin is mad. He's getting wrecked by an Aussie. I can relate. I would be too, especially if all I had was harm, hope, and seed. Also, if Lord isn't a gender, how many are there? What makes it one?
That's a good question, actually.
I didn't get the last part, the final part.
What makes a gender a gender?
If Lord isn't a gender, how many are there? And what makes it one? What makes something a gender?
I would love to take that. If my intro did a really specific...
You'll probably have a better answer than me.
I really tried to break it down in my intro. There's two different categories. There's gender identity and there's gender expression, right? Gender identity is an internal, subjective viewpoint of yourself. It cannot be wrong because it is your own opinion about your own identity. There's no wrongness in that. Gender expression is dictated by your society.
Shout out to Kyle, our local white supremacist. I don't know if you heard what I said, Kyle, but get me the video. Any of you white folks, get me a video of a 6'2" black man fucking up GameStop talking about, it's ma'am, and getting away with it. Get me the video of the black dude telling a little white lady that he's gonna kill her and all this other shit. Give me the video of the black dude who's got his hands around a woman's throat, a white woman's throat, and getting away with it. Man, y'all silly as hell, bro. You're too sensitive. You're too sensitive. Of course, this is racial. Why are almost every single one of these prominent trans activists, they're all white and they're all originally male? Sorry, if this movement was spearheaded by black people, you wouldn't see us a lot. For obvious reasons. We continue.
There's masculine, there's feminine. And whatever the society dictates as masculine and feminine is what it is going to be. It's an intersubjective reality. And you can have it both ways. You can be a masculine woman and a feminine man. There's no rules contradicting that.
Yeah, so how many genders are there? That's what he asked.
It's a spectrum. So there's an infinite number. It's an infinite number.
Okay.
Because it's a spectrum. If you know what a spectrum
There are an infinite number of genders, this guy said. Well, if they're an infinite number, then they can't be on a spectrum, right? Because a spectrum has endpoints. It has a beginning and an end point. I don't know. Maybe he's being sarcastic. He must be sarcastic. Yeah, Kyle, I'm specifically talking about the trans movement. The trans movement in America is spearheaded. All the activists are almost all of them are white males. It's just a fact. This guy cannot be. This guy, he can't be serious. I'm gonna try to rewind this a little bit. But did he just say there was an infinite amount of genders? He was also the same guy an hour ago that said that you can't be, was it Trump gender or whatever the hell? We continue. Holy shit.
Internal, subjective viewpoint of yourself. It cannot be wrong because it is your own opinion about your own identity. There's no wrongness in that. Gender.
You can't. You cannot be wrong in your own opinion of your own identity. If I say, there's a certain psychological malady that happens to evangelical. What I'm about to tell you is real. There's a psychological malady that happens to mostly evangelical Christians, my people. When they go to Israel, this is a documented thing. A lot of them start believing that they are like a prophet. Like they believe they're Ezekiel. They had some crazy moment in the Holy Land and they got this revelation that they are really Ezekiel. When you put them on the home and send them back to America, after a couple weeks they figure it out. But that mania is real. So should we say, hey, you're now Ezekiel the prophet because that's your identity? What are we doing here? But again, this is postmodernism. This is all they can give you. This is not about transgenderism. This is about the logical template that he uses to ascertain reality and organize facts in such a way as to make sense to him. Okay? And the underpinning of all that comes with the presupposition that there is no truth and his feelings are king. So now, if you speak out of your mouth that you're Ezekiel the prophet, now he's going to have to respect your name and your pronoun and all the rest of it. This shit is crazy, bruh.
Expression is dictated by your society. There's masculine, there's feminine. And whatever the society dictates as masculine and feminine is what it is going to be. It's an intersubjective reality. And you can have it both ways. You can be a masculine woman and a feminine man. There's no rules contradicting that.
Yeah, so how many genders are there? That's what he asked.
It's a spectrum. So there's an infinite number. It's an infinite number.
Okay.
Because it's a spectrum. If you know what a spectrum is, I would love to explain it to you. Jake, do you want me to explain it?
I want a number, Will. How many are there?
Oh, I told you the concept is an infinite number.
Then to the Super Chatter's question, then why is Lord not a gender, Will?
Got him!
It could be your personal gender identity.
Got him!
Then I want you to respect it, Will.
He got him!
I don't. Lord.
That's it. He just walked. Speech. See? You guys see this? The first half of this, I wish Mech was still here. She would have jumped on. The first half of the discussion, he was like, you idiot, that's not gender identity, blah, 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 blah. Now he just told us that it's in a spectrum, so it's infinite, which is completely contradictory. And now he's saying, well, yeah, I guess it can be a valid gender. All in the span of fucking 40 minutes. Do you see this? This is not about transgenderism. This is about the logic, the opening presuppositions that you use to build your worldview puts you in a situation where when you're faced with a situation like this, you don't know how to parse things, and then you end up saying dumb shit like this. This is such a disaster for this kid, because at the beginning he was saying, oh, that's ridiculous, it's a straw man. Now at the end of the debate, he has to admit, well, since there are an infinite amount of genders, this guy is now Lord Gender. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. What in the world?
I
don't believe that there are...
lost the debate. Again.
I don't believe that there are infinite genders. I believe that there is a bimodal...
And then what happened? His buddy, because he got washed, you notice, like, he can't say nothing, right? So now here comes his buddy, and his buddy's like, nah, there are not infinite genders. It's bimodal. That means binary. But he's going to say bimodal because he doesn't want to say binary. It's the same thing about, oh, this is a colored person. Oh, that's racist. Oh, person of color. Now it's not racist. Are we figuring it out? Do you guys see it?
Distribution of sex and gender identity that typically...
Yeah. Danny Trujillo. You gotta understand Kyle Brock, okay? He's not a fan. He's not a fan of the black man. He's one of them fragile whites. But he knows I love him, so he comes around and frequents from time to time. I feel your... Well, I really don't feel your pain. I don't know what it's like to be one of them fragile whites. But come and welcome. You're welcome here. Oh, you grew up around a bunch of black people. You needed to see race to survive. Stop it. I was in Truman High School. We had 2 white kids. Nobody touched them white kids, bruh. Nobody was shooting at them. First person that pulled a weapon on me, he wasn't white. I promise you that. Talking about. We continue.
Aligns with male or female, but there exists somewhere in between. Sometimes it can be entirely social, and so it could be, say, non-binary. So I just elicit that there's 3.
Why should we believe those that don't even know the...
He said, okay, there's 3.
Method?
There's 3.
Sociological studies, your sociological studies suffer from a...
This is so perfect. Notice how the 2 modernists, the people that believe in absolute truth based on science and empirical evidence, they're univocal through the entire thing. This one, at the end, the wheels are falling off. One guy's saying it's an infinite amount of genders. The other guy's saying, no, there's only 2. They're bimodal. And then he goes, actually, no, they're 3. This is what happens. Everybody's opinion is equally valid. Let's build the plane at 30,000 feet in the air instead of at the fucking hangar. Let's do that. This is where we are. Why doesn't your man say it's a spectrum that has male on one end and female on the other? He can't do it. He can't do it. I don't believe that he's thought at that level about what he's saying, because these people hang out in echo chambers and they keep getting amen from everybody. You feel me? So he doesn't have even the thought process to be able to even think that one through. My God. Only 5 minutes left, guys. Bless God. We continue.
Big problem. They can't be replicated. First, soy mender.
That's also not true. And secondly, I did not even list a sociological study. I listed a neurobiological one. By the way, there's more than just that. There's multiple fields of study that show the same exact thing in completely different fields of study. The facts are on my side here. Regardless of whether or not it is in vogue, is irrelevant.
So, First Amender, if you did a scan of my brain and you saw that I had some of those qualities that you listed that would be in the trans brain, would I be a trans woman?
You could be, but I would ask you what your gender was.
Yeah, I say
right,
no.
Because your internal gender, because obviously, like, how you feel internally can only be really explained by you. We don't really have any way to scan you and confirm that you're that. Yeah, we just have to kind of ask you because it comes down to your phenomenology.
So once again, your brain scans are irrelevant, First Amender. Once again, First Amender, you've just admitted,
they're not irrelevant. They show existence. They show the phenomenology existing on an empirical level. But
yeah, phenomenology I don't think is a good way to base your argumentation, though, because from a technical scientific perspective, by definition, phenomenology is not commensurate with fact. Let me give you an example, dear listener, of what we're talking about. When you're when your weatherman says sunrise is at 6:15 a.m. and sunset is at 6:15 p.m., he is speaking phenomenologically. He is not speaking scientifically. The sun does not go up and down. We are rotating around the sun, right? But from the perspective of a person without that knowledge, looking up in the sky, it appears that the sun is going up and that it's going down. That's the phenomenological view of the sun, right? And so it is our perception as to how things look with the naked eye without it being informed by the extra information of science. So when he says, if your phenomenology is female, then you're female, he just invalidated the entire movement, because what he's saying is, just like how sunrise and sun up works phenomenologically, but it doesn't work scientifically, he's saying that transgenderism is something that operates at that level, but it's not scientific, it's just phenomenological. Because I feel like a woman, therefore I'm a woman. So he just refuted his own argument. I don't even know if he understands that, but anyway, we continue.
Yeah, it's complicated. Gender is complicated. It's not a perfect binary like you're requesting, but it is valid.
So I understand, First Amendment, that what you hold on, Alex. So I understand, First Amendment, that what you want to do is you want to spurg out and say, you want to go into full-on Joker mode.
It's not a spurg out. I'm pointing out the facts. You just don't like it, and you just like, oh, soy Jack. We're literally an idiocracy right now. No studies. Literally just being a right-wing chud, and you just repeat, and you never argue it. It's ridiculous.
James, can I make a point?
I do want to get
Can I make a point?
Just a super brief point, just because I know that all the questions are First Amender.
Look, man, this guy needs to practice emotional discipline, but he's got a good heart, man. He's trying to advocate for these people, and he truly believes that if we don't do this, they're all going to jump off bridges and kill themselves. He hates this guy because he believes that this is going to harm trans people, and he wants to be an advocate for people who can't advocate for themselves. And as a person who advocates for babies, like I have a kindred spirit with this dude. But you know, the scripture says that you have to combine knowledge with zeal. It's good to have zeal, but you got to have knowledge. And unfortunately, he's only dug into like the second layer of this debate, and so he left himself vulnerable to a lot of stuff. But anytime I see somebody like melt down over this stuff, over politics, I don't usually take it the way other people take it. Like, you can make fun of people if you want, but to me, it's like, okay, he was sincere. Like, the shit means something to him. When I saw women in New York City celebrating that they're able to butcher their 9-month-old children, like, I cried, man. I cried for the babies. I cried for the movement. I cried for the women. I read my Bible. And I said, God, how did we go from a woman saying, give me children or I'll die, to, I want to kill my 9-month-old child in the womb. And I'm going to celebrate that. I said, how did that happen? And I had a hard time, man. So I understand where this guy is coming from. The difference is, here's the race thing again. When you are black in America, you have to learn to control your emotions. Because you know, anything and everything you say is going to be invalidated if you fall into any sort of ditch of any sort of stereotype. And so, you know, we're used to code switching and doing all this shit and analyzing what kind of white person we're dealing with when we're engaging with them. This guy, he's full of passion. He's full of zeal. I think he's the best human being on this panel. But right now he's like crashing out, talking about he hates this guy, he hates that guy, he's making fun of that guy. And I think the problem is he came in here serious with an actual mission because he really cares about these people. These guys, look, the science and the phenomenology is on their side. It's not very hard to beat these people in a debate, and they're not being very gracious, and the whole thing's a big joke to them because it's shooting fish in a barrel. It's a very difficult thing to defend. But yeah, man, dude getting emotional like he shouldn't do it, and automatically as Americans, you know, if you're in Morocco and you get emotional like this, they would have given the debate to this guy because that's like if you're not like losing your mind in Morocco about something, they don't think that you're serious, right? So you're trying to be like, hey, chill out. Sec, this guy's over here, like relaxing, and they're blah 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 blah, Allahu Akbar. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? But in our culture, when you start getting emotional and raising your voice and things like that, and the interlocutor on the other side is just calm or maybe even smirking, automatically from the aesthetics or from the phenomenology, you're going to say, oh, this guy's the debater. He's the winner. And he is. But as far as quality of human being, this guy, to me, the guy that's saying he hates people or whatever, he really believes in this shit. He's not here to argue. He's got some real love and desire to advocate for these people. So things like this get lost in the debate. But if you've been in them and if you've experienced a lot of them, you'll know how this goes.
But Jake, what have you got?
Yeah. So, you know what, First Amender, Vogel, maybe I am too stupid to understand this, but, you know, I'm just going to say that your studies are actually irrelevant based on your own logic. And you've said that many times here, because I just asked you if I could become a trans woman. If I am a trans woman, if it shows that in my brain, and then you said, no, it's based on how you feel. So once again, First Amender, I reject your studies.
Marcus Antonio says first.
Exactly. This is postmodernism. He showed up with a document, but then at the end of it, he contradicts the document by saying, it's just about how you feel. Because he tried to root it in something objective and empirical, like, you know, brain scan, brain function, whatever. But then when he asked him, hey, if I have a trans... And he went back to feelings again because they don't have absolute truth. This entire thing is about absolute truth. This is the only thing I want to leave you with. It has nothing to do with the trans stuff. It's about, this is postmodernism in the public square. And this is why people like him get washed. And this is the reason that in 10 years, London's going to be renamed Londonistan. Because you got a whole bunch of postmoderns running that government. But then you have a whole bunch of other people over here who believe in absolute truth and that their truth is right and that they should be able to kill, rob, rape, steal, humiliate anybody who comes against them once they have the majority. And I'm saying this as a person who advocates for Muslim people. But it's all for them. This is what happens when these two worldviews collide. And this is a reason why the Democratic Party is screwed. Because as long as the Democrats keep the postmodernism up and we have millennials and zillennials and Gen Alphas that are going to be voting, it's going to be on the vibes and how you feel. You think all these young dudes voted for Trump because of his foreign policy? Man, they voted for Trump because they've been told the entire time that they're horrible or whatever for being dudes. And then a dude shows up and says, nah, man, we're good. Same thing with Andrew Tate. I think he's horrible. I think Andrew Tate should be under the cell. And honestly, like, anyway, I'm not going to say that. You know what I mean? But like, it is projecting something to these dudes that is missing. And so it's just not going to,
Fender, shave your arms, bro. Daddy Mender, chill. Oh, someone's calling you daddy. First Amender, how much do you like that?
I don't know. I just listen. I mean, I get like it's all fun and games, but it's like it really does genuinely. It's very, very upsetting knowing that there's like this many people that just want to revoke human rights, and just seeing like all of the hate online. I don't know. It's honestly it's really upsetting to see, because it's like, I don't know where the United States has gone. I mean, we're going to look at this 30 years into the future and realize like all of this nonsense was wrong, right?
What's a human right, First Amender?
But I would appeal.
I mean, I agree with him. I just don't agree on what side of the street people are going to be saying this. I think this guy, if I would have told him, you know, in about 5 years in this country, we're going to take a 16-year-old girl and she's going to be able to have a double mastectomy on a completely healthy body because she decided she was trans after hanging out online with a couple people. he'd be like, no, that's right-wing propaganda, blah, 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 blah. But again, like if you look at his affect, this guy's, all three of them are laughing. He's not laughing. Like, this is real for him. You see what I'm saying? So, like, even though he screwed up and he didn't argue very well, that's really not his fault, because you can't get anywhere with postmodernism in a debate. It's not going to work.
To the negative rights of inalienable rights of life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness.
Yeah, and what makes trans rights a human right?
Trans rights are a human right because you're talking about their identity, their very dignity, their ability to get the health care that they need, and literally discriminate them.
Yeah, but where do the rights come from, bro? Because you're talking about these rights as if they're objective and inherent, and you're also talking about them like they're self-evident. You said God doesn't exist. Where do rights come from? In the Western tradition, whether it's the Magna Carta or the Declaration of Independence, both were advocating for democracy, republicanism, representative government, and freedom, based on the assumption that all human beings are created equal before God. That is the Western definition of rights. That's where it came from. That's just history. Dudes were over there in Europe at a prayer meeting and out popped the Magna Carta. Okay? Again, we hold these truths to be self-evident. These are self-evident. You should know this just by default. All men are created equal and endowed with certain inalienable rights given to them by their creator. The rights thing was linked directly to God. Why? Because human beings are created in the image of God. So if all humanity is created in the image of God, we cannot get an upgrade in position, number one. And number two, we're standing beside each other, as Augustine said. God took Eve from Adam's side, not his back to be behind him, or his face to be in front of him, but his side to be beside him. And that's the vision of all humanity. So when a Western person talks about rights, where 15 minutes ago he said there's no God, this is yet again another contradiction, and it's unrecoverable in a postmodernist context.
On the basis of their sex and their gender.
You're tying a lot of things into this.
And where do they get these human rights from?
I believe it comes from human reason, but others will tell you it comes from God.
It comes from human reason? My brother, for the vast majority of human history, slavery has been the norm. The U.S. Civil War was the first time in the history of human beings that the owner class or the owner race went to war with themselves to liberate those people. Slavery and dishonoring people and all that is the majority report on all human beings. Plato, with his genius, did not believe that men and women were equal. He was also a pretty bourgeoisie classist. Show me a society before the spread of Christianity that even posited this idea that everybody is equal. And not only that everybody is equal, but that they are crowned with glory and honor and that they should be honored as godlike. Show me this. This is what I said about the West. The West is the angry teenager who lives in his dad's mansion and can't stand his dad, but is going to spend all the money and enjoy all the privileges. This is the modern atheist. I'm not mad at him because he's not aware of it. But all the things that he's talking about, values and human worth and rights, that literally cannot come from an atheist worldview at all. Bertrand Russell called it fiction. The inherent value of man, fiction. Inherent rights, fiction. We come up with these by convention, meaning we all vote on them. How did that work out for black people in the antebellum South? We continue.
So you believe that it comes from purely your perception, basically?
Not my perception. I said human reason, not my reason.
Right. So it becomes to your perception because you have no you have no actual way to ground that. If you don't believe it comes from God, if you believe
this is a completely different discussion, and we're in Q&A. Like, holy.
It's not a completely different discussion because this is about your logical template and the fact that you kept talking about rights, and then you're being questioned on it, and you cannot define the origination of said rights. It's absolutely relevant, bro. It's absolutely relevant. But he's a postmodernist, so I don't even know if he's even going to see the argument or the problem with what he said.
Crap. I mean, if you want to have that discussion, we can have a debate regarding that. But yeah.
Rights are a legal term dictated by the government.
There it is.
Okay, so we shouldn't have...
It's a legal term dictated by the government. So he's appealing to rights that these people do not have yet. Because it's not official U.S. law that to misgender somebody is a hate crime. So even this guy's simplistic solution is determined by the government. How did that work out for people like me in the 1800s, bruh? Again, this is a movement that can only be spearheaded by white people. I'm sorry. But only a white person can say that about the government and feel comfortable. The government at one time said I was 3/5 human, bruh. Oh, Lord, help us. We continue.
Rights for people in Ethiopia, then?
They should have the government give them rights.
But their government says they shouldn't, so...
Yeah, they don't have rights, but they should have rights.
But you said it... You said it was determined by the government. So where is that ought? Where is the should coming from? Because you're acting as if the government... You just said that the government hands us rights. Then the guy said, well, they don't have rights in Ethiopia. Then he said the government should give them rights. Okay, where is the should coming from? What is the higher court that the government should be submitting to in order to give people rights? This is Christianity, you weirdo. We continue.
Okay, but their government says they shouldn't. So if it comes from the government, then the government's correct, right?
I didn't say the government's correct.
So then it comes from your perception. Well, come on now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So
Thank you. You guys, it's not perception. But once again, this is postmodernism. The postmodernists sacrifice any understanding of objective truth so that they can mix and match and do all the clashing and stuff. But that works in society because people are more emotional based in society, but it does not translate in debates like this. It gets exposed in debates like this. That's why I doubt you're ever going to see these guys debating this topic again in this form. We continue.
So then, why don't you say that from the start? It comes from my perception. It
Well,
comes
it's
from
also a
Will's
legal term.
perception
It's also legal.
what
You're
right
missing
should
the
be.
nuance yet again, Jake. Shocker. Oh my God.
Please, I can't wait. Tell me.
See, this is just. I'm gonna turn off center stage for this guy because he's complaining about it. I did it just for you, Mr. I'm Mick Phoebe. This is just this kid's insecurity because he got caught at the end. Look what he's saying here.
Government says they shouldn't, so...
Yeah, they don't have rights, but they should have rights.
Okay, but their government says they shouldn't. So if it comes from the government, then the government's correct, right?
I didn't say the government's correct.
So then it comes from your perception. Well, come on now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So then, why don't you say that from the start? It comes from my perception. It comes
Well, it's
from
also a
Will's
legal term.
perception
It's also legal.
about what
You're
right
missing
should
the
be.
nuance yet again, Jake. Shocker.
No, there's... You... Wackatoy said, play for the Slavs. Bro, what's happening is the wheels are falling off and he's embarrassed. So now he's going to try to make some big Broadway production about whatever. Like, you contradicted yourself. He caught you in your contradiction. And now you got to act like this. And the other thing is, these two were debate partners. They completely contradicted each other in the cross-examination. This is just terrible. Put us out of our misery, Lord.
Oh my God.
Please, I can't wait. Tell me the argument.
You missed it. There's different contexts of how rights can be affirmed. There can be legal rights. There can be.
Where do they come from?
You can literally go down
rights.
a giant rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's not as simple as you think the world is, Jake. There's complicated things in the world.
Seems like you're the one who...
Right, when you don't have an objective standard for truth, things become very, very complicated. And this is always... Listen, guys, there's this Jessie Gender. She did a 4-hour... I'm not kidding you. She did a 4-hour video on Matt Walsh. And every like hour at the end of it, she'd say, "Now I'm going to tell you guys what a woman is. I'm going to tell you what a woman is. I'm going to tell you what a woman is." I swear to God, God strike me if I'm lying. Allahu Akbar. This girl got to the end of the 4-hour thing, and the big reveal was, "I don't know. It's not a simple answer." So this broad took fucking 4 hours of my life to tell me at the end that she didn't have a definition for what a woman was. This is where this ideology puts you.
Being able to grasp complicated topics tonight, Will. Unfortunately, I wish it were. It would have been a bit more challenging.
How do you not see how
Fogel
your
don't
role
read the chat.
in this? How you contribute to this dynamic? How by becoming overly...
No, I'm here to fight back. I'm here to fight back.
But you're only causing more people to disagree with you.
I don't care. I don't care. I will literally. I'm so tired of being the.
See, like, this is a kindred spirit. You know, like people are like, "Man, I'd like you guys if you just back off on abortion." Blah blah blah. I'm like, man, fuck you and everybody with you, bro. This is me. I don't care. He doesn't care. He doesn't care if the world agrees with him or not. Like, he's standing on his business. I love that about dude. It's just, when you start with a postmodern presupposition, man, it's never going to go well. I've never seen these people do well in the debate. It is not the kind of worldview that does well with debate. The problem is that the debate section is becoming more and more hot. You even see it in sports shows. And I just think that this kind of ideology is on its way out. There's just too many gaping holes in it. And the problem is, with a guy like Trump, the escalations are so high now, like nobody can afford to be like that off on anything.
Polite Democrat that's just going to be there and be like, "Oh, well, let's hear the other side." Literally, dude, the argument is, there's two arguments. One wants to argue in basis of human rights, and the other one wants to put brown and trans people in a blender.
Here we go. Why black people always got to get involved in these situations? This man said nothing about black people getting put in the blender, bruh. You said something about human rights, and you spoke about human rights as if they were just empirically figured out in a lab somewhere. They asked you, where did the human rights come from? Neither one of you provided a coherent answer. You just dodged. If it was me, I wouldn't let them dodge that. I'd say, are you conceding that you can't define what rights are, where they come from? But this guy's just playing with them, and he knows it's over with for them, so.
No.
They came from the law of nature, understanding the rule. Joseph, what law of nature? Is it the law of nature where, I saw the little wildebeest feeding her young, and then out came this lion and just ripped her throat out in front of the kid? Is it the species of cat that I saw where the mom would eat the third one or whatever? The nature has no information whatsoever about morality, my guy. None at all. To try to root moral realism in nature is a fool's errand. Read some Bertrand Russell on that. We continue. I appreciate your contribution, though. Seriously.
We're not on the same level. We're not.
As you think the world is, Jake. There's complicated things in the world.
Seems like you're the one who hasn't been
you.
able to grasp complicated topics tonight, Will. Unfortunately, I wish it were.
It
would have been a bit more challenging.
How do you not see how your role
in
this? How you contribute to this dynamic? How by becoming overly...
No, I'm here to fight back. I'm here to fight back.
But you're only causing more people to disagree with you.
I don't care. I don't care. I will literally... I'm so tired of being the polite Democrat that's just going to be there and be like, "Oh, well, let's hear the other side." Literally, dude, the argument is, there's two arguments. One wants to argue in basis of human rights, and the other one wants to put brown and trans people in a blender. Like, no, we're not on the same level. We're not. We never were. Right? We argue basic human rights.
I really wish you would leave us out of these debates, white people. He didn't say nothing about us. And God bless you, but I'm going to go ahead and bet that you support abortion, which has destroyed my community. We had a 150-year head start on them Latinos. In 3 years, the Latinos are going to outstrip us. You know why? Because they've got a very low rate of abortion, and we have the highest one in America. Talking about human rights.
Put people in a blender. Like, you're just straw manning the other side completely.
What? Yeah, obviously it's not literally a blender. It's called hyperbole.
It's not even close to that.
It's called hyperbole. But what is true, right?
This is true from Wakator. He says, come on, bro. The right had nothing to do with this. The left brought it up. If trans people would have stayed where they were before 2016. What's her face? Blair White said that. And I agree. Like, it's like, oh, you're gonna put Dylan Mulvaney in a men's bathroom. You're gonna put Blair White. It's like, in 2015, if Blair White would have went to the bathroom, nobody would have said a fucking word. Nobody would have cared, right? The problem is when you've got a guy that's 6'1", 235 pounds, with a fucking red flannel shirt and blue jeans, maybe some Carhartts, some Timberland boots, and that motherfucker walks into the women's bathroom, now we got a problem. Like, this is completely true. There is no civil rights movement that started this way. Not one. And this is why, I know my white friends don't want to hear this, but this is why. Because it's spearheaded by white people who were privileged their entire life. And now they sacrifice that privilege to be true to themselves, and they don't want to deal with the fact that this is what it is when you don't have the privilege then. You don't get to walk around and tell everybody what they need to say. That's why they're flipping out in GameStop and all the rest of it. In this country, white males very rarely hear no. They very rarely hear, you don't have access here. You're not on the list. That's what's happening. And that's why it's unpopular. 98% of my constituents are white, but that's my analysis. Because this group of people functions in a way that no minority has ever functioned in this country. Women, black people, gay people. Nobody functioned this way when they were doing their civil rights struggle. This group is an anomaly, and it's mostly populated almost exclusively by white males at the activist popular level. It's a fact.
What is empirically verified is the fact that they are denying medical care on basis of being trans. By the way, completely unconstitutional because that is their sex, right? We are literally
It's not unconstitutional. They're like, oh, they'll give Lupron to straight kids, but they won't give it to trans kids. Yeah, they also gave morphine to warfighters on the battlefield, but it's not legal to have here. That's why there's a difference between a prescription and over-the-counter drugs, because you have to use the drugs correctly for their intended purpose. And Lupron was designed to sterilize child molesters. That's why.
They're literally pushing them out of spaces. They can't be in basic public spaces without getting.
I agree. I think segregation was a good thing, and I think that bullying the court into integration, I think, was a mistake for black people. As Brother Minister Farrakhan said, black people need to figure out how to do for self. If the white milk shop owner won't open his business to you, fuck him. You and your friends build a little milkshake shop down the street, and then you go door to door to every black person you know and say, man, fuck them honkies, bro. We got the same kind of ice cream and milk over there. We don't need those people. So we were doing that shit. They wouldn't let us play baseball. We had the Negro Leagues. You know what happened? We integrated. Then when we integrated, gone went the Negro Leagues, gone went the fucking black shake shop, gone went the black teacher. You know, like that black teacher can't tell you 2 + 2 is 4. You need a white teacher to do that. I was looking at this Ruby girl. They keep hailing her parents as a hero. Man, you sent your little 8-year-old daughter into the fucking lion's den so these white people would spit on her, abuse her, all type of shit. For what? Hell no. Segregation was completely fine. I think that if our folks would have done what Brother Minister Farrakhan said, we would have integrated, but it would have been an integration that was voluntary. We wouldn't need the Supreme Court to bully people into doing the quote right thing. But black people are so dependent on white people's approval that, psychologically speaking, they didn't take advantage of it. And what happened? They poached Willie Mays. They took all of our best players, and this is such an inspiration. He left the Negro League so that these white people could spit on him and threaten his life the entire time. What the fuck? What do you think would have happened with the MLB if the Negro League was able to grow and germinate by itself? Especially considering if you were Cuban, which there's a lot of baseball stars from Cuba. I remember El Duque. El Duque was darker than me. Can you imagine a segregated NBA? What about a segregated football? We know now, Wackator, that black people can play quarterback. It's been nothing but black folks in quarterback for the last 2 or 3 Super Bowls. So yeah, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of forced integration. Now, obviously, I'm married to a white woman. Okay, so I'm not saying like I'm a complete separatist. What I am saying is, it was a mistake for us to look at mandated integration as some sort of victory. We're still at the bottom in education. We're still at the bottom of gross domestic income, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Black women in particular. Y'all got the most abortions, the least promotions. First to get fired. It destroyed our community. Now, I'm not saying segregation is good in the sense that, all the things that were going on. What I'm saying is the methodology to overcome segregation in a capitalist context is obvious. When you start making your shake shop, black people are 15% of the country. That white shake shop now has a 15 delta. And then on top of that, you're going to have 1 or 2 whites that are allies to you. And everybody makes a big deal about going to the black shake shop. And you're losing all this business. And all the partying that's happening over here. And all of a sudden your little white teenager is going over there to see what's going on. And you know what's going to happen? Them white folks are going to be like, you know what? You niggers are okay. Come on back. And instead of saying, fuck you, we're about to build a chain of these things, my people said, oh, that's so wonderful. Thank you for letting me in your establishment. That's why I don't have a problem with my boy Kyle. I get the vibe. I get where he's coming from. I pretty much got him pegged. I respect it. We continue. It's almost done, y'all. Thanks for sticking with me.
Harassed day in and day out, and it's horrendous. Y'all, everybody who's anti-trans, it's fucking horrendous. You guys are gross. You guys get up in the morning, you're like, man, I want to be a hateful piece of shit in the morning, and then you go do that. It's disgusting. I hate it, and I hate pretending that we're on the same level. We're not.
This is just your ego.
I have a theory that I think that First Amender is just trying to get some pussy, honestly, and that this is why he gets so irate about all of this.
What the fuck are you talking about?
First, that's just my theory.
That has nothing to do with anything.
I think that's what it comes down to.
I never said anything saying, oh, if there's any girls that like me, maybe you hit me up. No, I never said anything like that. But what I did say is that you're fucking basic human rights. I hate it.
Thank you.
I hate it.
Stop engaging at this level, man. He's saying he hates these people. I don't think he hates them, but he's hurt and he's frustrated. I understand. This guy is clearly bought into the fact that if you don't affirm everything that trans person wants you to affirm, they're all going to jump off bridges. And he's probably got somebody in his life that he's either lost or is worried about. And you can see here that everybody else, this is just a game. Look at them, all 3 of them. It's all just a big funny game to them. But this guy is like, something's going on with dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, this shit is such a difficult thing to navigate because I'm sure I've done it. Like, I've been at war with people and, if you're an experienced debater, you know about 5 moves ahead that you got the person's over with for him. But I don't know, man. I got a kindred spirit with this guy. I think he's wrong about almost everything, but he's carrying the subject matter with the weight that it deserves. Because although I don't believe that the affirming view for gender dysphoria is the fix, there's a lot of people in our fucking country, man, that are in that situation, and there are countrymen and women, and however we figure it out, fine. But I'm glad that there's somebody here who's bringing some fucking gravity to this situation. If you're a trans person, I would lay down my life to protect you. I promise you. I would also lay down other people's lives if they ever try to violate my daughter. And that's the tension that I live in as a man and as a Christian. I'm just putting my heart out to you, bro, because I see your heart, dude. Like, I get it. Trust me. He's wrong, but his heart is he's the only one with a right heart out here. This picture says it all, because he's seeing the shit for the gravity that it is. Look, there's time for fun and games, bro. Like, there's time for fun and games. I just don't believe that this subject is one of them, considering, and some of it is like trans people, especially young trans people, fall victim to their own propaganda, because the older, Gen X trans people, they know when they say, everybody's going to kill themselves if you misgender me. They know that that's bullshit and not true. And you know how I know? Because they transitioned in their 30s and 40s. They were kids in high school. They were tomboys in high school. They were, sissies in high school. They didn't kill themselves. So they know that this is just rhetoric. But the teenager doesn't know that it's rhetoric. The teenager thinks it's real. The teenager, this poor Gen Alpha guy, he doesn't even know what a fucking genocide is. So here come his elders talking about trans genocide. He don't know what the fuck he's saying. So he's going around posting, talking about a genocide. And then now you get to see a real one in Gaza. And I remember last year I was telling folks, like, yo, don't use that word, man. That word is sacred, man. You don't use that shit. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Then I had people who are in this forum mock my mental health issues when I was bringing that up. Okay? So I know exactly where this dude is, man. Like, emotionally, like, I have so much respect for this guy. It's just, he was dead before it started, because your presuppositions will make and break your argument. It really, really will. And if you're not aware of the philosophical launching point from where you derive all of your ideology, you're going to crash, man. Like, you're going to run into somebody with a marginal... Most of the people I've beaten in debates, it's not because I'm a good debater. A lot of these guys weren't prepared. A lot of them were, So, good on this guy, man.
Pretending that you're on the same fucking level. You're not.
I know. Someone will touch your PP one day, First Amendment. Don't worry. Someone will touch your PP.
You are falling into the trap every time, First Amendment. You gotta hold yourself.
I would rather have smart people running the government than like somebody who does not read and literally speaks at a 4th grade level, and a bunch of right-wing chuds sit around and say, see that guy, he talk kind of like me. Yeah, no. Yeah. I'd rather have smart people actually run things.
Yeah, I'll actually grant that, First Amendment, and I'll just say that, I don't read so good, and I have never learned to read, and I wouldn't be able to if I tried, and I do speak like a 4-year-old. But unfortunately for you, First Amendment, you just got absolutely demolished by that guy for 2.5 hours, so I think it says more about you, buddy.
Okay, Snake.
Oh, good one.
This one?
All right, well, there you go. As I said, guys, this is not really about the trans topic. This is about postmodernism. If you surrender the doctrine of objective truth, then every argument you get in, you will be outdone by a buffoon like this guy. The guy was a buffoon. He was an idiot. But he washed him in this debate because he was operating from a modernist perspective, and they were operating from a postmodernist perspective. One group believed in objective static facts, and the other group believed that facts are sort of created on the fly based on your emotions, etc., etc. And when you start that way, you're always going to lose the argument 100% of the time. But this is not about an argument. I want to challenge all of y'all. Have you actually dug into the launching pad of your worldview? Like, at the base minimum, what do you think the most fundamental reality is? And it's from there that you build out how you view the world and how you interpret it. Okay? So, I have a Reformed Christian understanding of the universe and the world. And so, I am aware of that. I'm also aware of the vulnerabilities of that worldview. And so, all of that goes into debate prep. These guys, I think for them, and you're not going to see a lot of this. You're not going to see a lot of real moderated debates about the trans issue, because the trans stuff is not going to translate very well in an actual academic debate. Not because there are no academic trans people, but because it requires postmodernism to be a launching point. Because that's the only way you can say a person that's obviously born as a male can be referred to in a real, quote, sense as a woman, right? What's up, Black Queen? William waited for the entire debate to say don't fall for it. You can be well-intentioned in your view and argument, but false equivalencies definitely takes away, it discredits you. Yeah, I mean, again, like, as Americans and Westerners, like, we have a big primer on stoicism, I think, to some degree. Like I said, if this guy was in Morocco, they would have said that he was a hands-down winner. They would have said the other guys don't really believe what they're saying. But Western people, you know, it's not the same thing. You just saw Korn? Oh, Dream Theater, good night. I am Vin, but it's a work in progress. Well, you know it's a work in progress with me, bruh. That's why I need you around. All right, guys. Much love to all you beautiful people. Went a little bit long, but I'm glad you guys are hardcore, man. You guys stayed from the beginning to the end, most of y'all, and I really appreciate that. Shout out to Mech. Gang, gang, gang. Shout out to Raging Ryu. Shout out to the Black Queen. Shout out to Morbid Angel in this bitch. Ranter Matt. Daddy Trujillo. Phoebe. Jet. Homegirl Jet. My girl Mech. Shout out to Mech. Kai. I think that's everybody. Oh, and Hunter and Ian. Inshallah, inshallah. And everybody else in the Twitter space and the other space. Much love to you guys. I'm out of here. Love your neighbor. Take care of each other. Middle America, we are the media. I'm the one. Jet, did I shout you out? I am the one who invented the phrase "we are the media." I should have patented that shit and sold it to Elon for a couple million. All right, guys. Much love.